perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Raising the belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes trying to have that price. Get a yo cooking, about to add that spice. Nowadays,
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Suicide doors are looking gorgeous, though.
Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition.
My pain. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
على حسب المكان حمودي ماشي فريق بطيخة استقبال راجلوك اثنين لاعبين دخل حمودي واحدة لكن صعبة لا يرحم يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يا ولد يا ولد يا سكتون.
Let's see where they are going to be looking to push up.
When holding up the defense.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PMPL Middle East and Africa Championship. My name is Hitbrain, and I am joined by DK. DK, how are you doing? You all right?
Hey man, pretty excited to be here today. I think this weekend is going to be an absolutely amazing weekend. I cannot wait to get straight into the action.
I'm so excited to get into it as well. So make sure if you're watching across this weekend that you are staying up to date with everything over on our socials, all the social media channels. I haven't got them off the top of my head, but there they are. PUBG Mobile Esports Africa over on YouTube. Same for Facebook, same for Instagram, same for TikTok. And I actually don't know what that middle one is. That's bad.
That's Nimo TV. That there,
Oh,
my friend, is Nimo TV. Yeah.
awesome. That is totally new to me. I've never heard of that until today. Also, a big shout out to our official energy drink sponsor of this tournament in Monster Energy. Thank you very much for making this happen. Without you guys, we just wouldn't be able to do it. So big shout out to you.
Yeah, and of course, while we're on the topic of shoutouts, we also got to give a big shout out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022.
And as we'll be getting into the action for today and for the rest of the weekend, there's going to be, plenty of talent covering this broadcast here, DK. Not just us. Obviously, I feel like the bit of the black sheep of the group here because I'm more from a League of Legends background, so it's going to be exciting to come into this. So let's talk a little bit about the tournament and everything that's coming up. First of all, I think we should probably have a quick look at the format and see exactly how everything will be playing out across the next couple of days. So we've got 16 teams who'll be playing 24 matches. There's 6 matches a day, so there's a lot to go. And obviously keep your eyes on the points in the standings. That'll be coming up shortly. We can have a look at the point system to see how the points will be calculated here at the Middle East and Africa Championship. Obviously 15 points for that first place. And then obviously you do get a 1 point per elimination as well. I did get to cover a little bit of the PMPL during the PMPL EU qualifiers a couple months back. And it was interesting watching some of these teams. Some they played for points and just placement points. Some were just going all out. And it makes for some really exciting games where some teams are just farming kills and some teams are kind of playing it safe in that sense. But as we went through the tournament, one thing that I did notice was a lot of these teams, the ones who are playing for placements, they were actually starting to slip a little bit because these elimination teams who were getting good placements and good elimination points were able to rocket ahead of them. So I'm hoping we're going to get some pretty interesting stuff here. DK, talk to me a little bit about this then. So have we got teams who you think are going to be more aggressive in the maps or ones who are going to be a little bit more, let's go placement, let's play it chill, especially in day one?
I think day one is going to be a little bit of I like to call it a litmus test, right? So the teams going out there trying to test the water, trying to see what the kind of approach of the rest of the lobby is going to be. But it's going to be very exciting because, as we know, we've got teams coming through from the Arabia side, we've got teams coming through from the Africa side, and now it's going to be that opportunity where they get to meet toe-to-toe on the battlefield to show us which teams are going to be the best teams from this region. So, as we've seen in the respective PMPLs, coming in from Arabia and Africa, the teams definitely come in with a little bit more of a different approach, and this is where we get to see kind of how those different meta setups then kind of equates against each other.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of regional pride on the line here. I think as well. There's 6 African teams versus 10 teams from the Middle East. So it's going to be on those kind of 6 African teams. They got a hell of a task to get some good points in, and kind of do the region proud. Especially when there's some fairly big names in the tournament, or at least there's one big name that jumped out to me. We'll talk about that momentarily, though, but let's have a quick look at the prize pool and what's up for grabs here, because it's not just about bragging rights, it's about that dosh as well. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money for grabs here, DK.
It's a beautiful increase from what we saw coming through from the respective PMPLs. This is like $40,000 for that first place, 28 for second, and 18,000 for third. I mean, that is absolutely insane. So the teams, wherever they place on the overall leaderboard, they're going to be walking away with a decent amount of cash locked into that into the bank or the piggy bank. And of course, as per usual, our MVP, the MVP player, is going to be walking away with an additional $2,000 on top of that as well.
Yeah, it's something extra to play for as well, isn't it? Get some good games in, potentially walk away with a bit extra money. Especially if you get that first as well. That's That's a good amount of money for you guys to get your hands on. So let's have a little look at the schedule for the upcoming days and see how everything is going to be playing out here in this championship. We obviously have 6 games per day. We're starting out at Erangel, then Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. I'm going to ask a little bit about these maps. Have you got a favorite? I know Erangel's kind of like the standard one, but do you have a map that you kind of really like?
Oh yes, Miramar is the map I enjoy the most. Right, out of the options, or the selection rather, that we've got here, I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing through on Miramar. Nothing like a little bit of that desert action, to see the teams getting into a little bit more of those long range engagements. We know Erangel is the kind of bread and butter of PUBG, with a beautiful addition of that extra bit of Sanhok, just to spice things up, throwing the teams in the jungle, making it all hot and sweaty. But essentially, for me, it's going to be all down to Miramar to see what the teams will bring. And you, what do you have a particular map that you like? Yep.
I do, and it's probably quite controversial because I know a lot of people don't like it, but I love Sanhok. I think because it's quite tight and quite congested, and drop spots can be shared, you get a lot of action, and I like the pacing of it because it's quite a quick map. The circles closing quicker. On something like Erangel or Miramar, you have a couple of circles where it's a little bit more relaxed, you have a little bit more time to sit back, but in Sanhok you kind of land and you're on your toes. I also kind of like, because you take less damage from the blue as well, so it is interesting to see how some teams stay out in the blue longer, and it's a very different play style from the other 2 maps, and I think that's what I appreciate in it, just because it's smaller, everything moves a little bit quicker, but you take a little bit less damage from being outside of the zone. So for me, that's kind of the thing that I really enjoy about it. But anyway, before we get going into today's action, we did actually have a chat with some of our players playing in this tournament to ask them what they thought about it. So we're going to play a little video for you guys and see what they think about everything coming up.
What's up, guys? This is Flacco from G3 Temper. I would just like to ask you guys to come support us in MENA Championship on the live stream. It will really mean a lot for us. So my guess is that we are going to take top 1. If we do not take top 1, I challenge myself to eat the hottest chip I can get, and some with the hottest sauce on it as well. So come watch us and support us. Would really mean the world for us.
السلام عليكم، معكم وايس من فريق انترودر افريكا. رح نلعب بطولة مينا افريكا، فتعالوا تشجعونا على البطولة الحيدة، وان شاء الله رح نكون المركز اول، واذا ما كنا فعندي تحدي واللي هو رح اسبق شعري.
Hey, I'm Pronto from Slime for KT. Soon we'll be playing at the MEA Championship, and we want to invite everyone to support us and watch us live. It will be a great event, and we hope to be top 3. And if we don't make top 3, we will all go live on Instagram and sing for everyone.
السلام عليكم، شلونكم شباب؟ أنا فلوجي من تيم الفيرتشوال جيمنج، بطل PMPL أفريكا سيزون 1. إن شاء الله إحنا بالبطولة الجاية راح نكون البطل، ما راح نتغير إن نكون توب 1. وإذا ما جبنا التوب 1، التحدي اللي راح يصير راح أكل ليمونة. ونحب نشكر المتابعين على دعمكم إلنا، تابعونا بالبطولة الجاية وإن شاء الله اللقب إلنا.
مرحبا، معكم حمزة من فريق نصر اي سبورت. شجعونا وتابعونا في بطولة مينا أفريكا. احنا هدفنا وطموحنا نكون من المراكز ال5 الأولى، وإذا ما جبنا من المراكز ال5 الأولى راح يطلع لاعبيتنا في بث مباشر، وراح يعملوا أي شيء بتطلبوه منهم في قطاع الإبطال.
مرحبا، وياكم حمودي من تيم نجما جالاكسي. تابعونا على بطولة PMPL مينا تشامبيونشيب، وإن شاء الله راح نأدي بها أداء مضبوط، ولا تنسون تتابعونا هناك. وراح تكون اكو تحديات اللي هي مثلا اذا ما جبنا توب 5 بالبطوله راح التيم كله يحلق شعره صفر، واذا ما جبنا توب 3 بالبطوله التيم كله راح يصبغ شعره ازرق على النجمه جالكسي بعد.
السلام عليكم، انا اسمي فالكون نيفرالون من تيم فالكونز. باذن الله راح نكون مشاركين في بطوله PMPL مينا افريكا، وراح نكون يعني مركزين على التوب 1. اذا ما قدرنا نحقق التوب 1 راح اسوي تحدي خاص اللي هو مثلا احلق اصبغ شعري اخضر وشجعونا لا تحرمونا من تشجيعك.
Quite a few players saying they're going to do certain things with their hair if they don't perform to the level they expected out of that one. Can't wait to see that, because unfortunately not everyone can come first, so someone's going to be shaving or colouring their hair. Guaranteed that's going to be coming up. DK, I think it's time we actually have a look at our teams and see the teams playing in this championship over the next couple of days. There's a lot of teams. I'm going to throw it to you, DK. What teams have we kind of got our eyes on right now?
Well, as we can see, of course, as I've mentioned before, we've got our teams coming through from the PMPL Arabia, as well as the teams coming through from PMPL Africa. Now, with regards to the teams from the Arabia region, we can see the selection of them. They're being CONQUEROR Iraq. We got the players there from NASR Esports. We got Nigma Galaxy, Rico Infinity. We got the team Falcons, as well as Twisted Minds. And then, of course, we got YaLLa in there, as well as the players from 01 Esports, 90th minute. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be struggling with this name a little bit, but it's going to be entertaining nonetheless. The players from Ooredoo, I guess, Thunder, right? The Ooredoo Thunders. Oh, that's at least what I'm going to be calling them. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but you know, we're going to try. And then, of course, our teams coming through from the Africa side, we can see there is G3 Temper, we've got Intruder Africa, Slime 4KT, Team Myth, Team Umbra, and then, of course, the players from Virtual Gaming.
Don't worry about the name, mate. I am so bad. There's a joke within League of Legends that I just don't know any players' names, because I work in the European Cups, and everyone, the way that the different languages and they use their alphabets and stuff, I get names wrong all the time. I think Ooredoo's a pretty solid chance, a pretty solid shot at it. Obviously, Nigma are probably the team who, you know, if you've come from watching the global championships and stuff like that, you'll recognize them as a top 3 team from that. So kind of a team who we've kind of got our eyes on as potentially one of the top teams as well, especially because they are, from what I've heard, still the same roster from that team as well. So, you know, they're obviously a team who come in with a lot of wind in their sails, so to speak. Obviously, there are only 6 African teams, though. So obviously, that being your region, DK. Who's our hope for you guys?
It's a really tough call to make, right? If we look back at the performances we saw coming through from the PMPL Africa, it was a pretty tight performance, at least in the finals, right? Looking at group stages, it was a slight bit of a different situation. We had the players there from Virtual Game as well as Intruder taking a little bit more of a laid-back approach, if I could dare to say so much, right? Only finishing in 13th and 14th place respectively in the group stages, but when they then made their way into the finals, that is where they really stepped up their game, and we saw them finishing quite strongly on that overall leaderboard. But we also did have a beautiful play coming through from the players there of G3 Tempo, where they were able to jump ahead of Cryptix, moving Cryptix down into 7th position on the very last match. And I remember that like it was yesterday. I kind of lost my mind, because that is just insane to see such a level of performance coming through from the team. So with regards to Africa, it's a very balanced lobby in that regard, right? All the teams sitting in the top 6 that had moved on to this event, very, very capable teams, and I'm quite curious to see how they're going to compare against the Arabian teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these kind of 2 regions clash versus one another. It's one of my favorite things about PUBG is just, especially with the point system and the fact you can pull it back with eliminations or, you know, smart placement and kind of just playing it safe. It makes it so fun for, you know, the last day, a lot can really change. You know, you could have a team who have an amazing day 1 and then a mediocre day 2 and 3, and then suddenly their day 4, they have to pull out an amazing performance again. But at that point, everybody's kind of warmed up, everybody's figured each other out, and the drop spots change to people. Is that how they try and get themselves into it? It's going to be really fun. Let's have a little look at today's matches before we get into our first drop of the day, see what we've got coming up. I believe we've got that now. Today's schedule, at least. No, we don't worry. But we know what's coming up. We're starting on Erangel as our first map. So let's talk a little bit about these teams and, you know, what we're expecting from them. Because we've had a little look at some of their drop locations, anyone clashing and stuff like that. You know, how are we expecting this first map to go down?
I definitely think this is going to be a little bit of a tough start, right? As we look down onto Erangel, we do have a few teams that, historically speaking, have the same kind of drop locations that they like to frequent, and that is coming from the Arabia side as well as the Africa side. So I'm curious to see whether or not the teams are actually going to be looking to bring in a bit of an adjustment with regards to those drop locations. Otherwise, it is going to be a pretty sweaty start to the matches.
Well, here you go. Here's our schedule. Yes, so we are starting on Erangel, like you said. Obviously, from what we saw earlier, it's Miramar second Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. This is going to be a really fun day. It's going to be a really, really fun day to open up on. I'm very interested about this first day, and especially this first map, just to see, you know, are teams just sticking their feelers out and playing it a little bit more reserved? Or are we going to have some teams who go, this is a good chance to cash in on some early points from those eliminations and just play incredibly aggressive? Because, you know, everyone might be playing it a little bit more tempered at the start. You might be able to catch people with their pants down in these kind of early drops and in this early couple of circles. Farm yourself up some good points early and see if that kind of slingshots into the rest of the day for great placement.
Yeah, I guess it...
Go, mate. Go.
No, like what I was going to say is, like, it kind of depends on what momentum, right, you are looking to build up, because the first match, the second match, that kind of lays the foundation of the momentum that you could potentially be building up. So I'm expecting the teams to really bring it into this first match, because this is where they kind of get to set up a bit of a potential dominance, right? Get themselves a good head start on that leaderboard, because let's be honest, right? They only have a select few of matches that they are going to be playing through. Only 24 matches back to back over these 4 days. So there won't be much opportunity for teams really to try and fix any mistakes that they might have potentially made in the respective games.
Yeah, it is, because you got a lot of games, but you don't have enough games, if that's the best way to really look at it. You know, you got a lot of time to play these games. There's a lot of games to go, but, you know, fixing mistakes and, you know, any problems in like kind of these earlier stages, if you're sharing a drop point and consistently losing a fight in an area where you're dropping with someone else, you have to then adapt. And are you ready to make that adaptation? And is it going to work over the next couple of days, or are you going to stubbornly stick to dropping on the same spot? You know, that's the things that you kind of, especially in the first 2 days, I think is something we do need to keep an eye on, is where people are dropping, how are people going to be adapting their play styles across the next couple of days? What maps are they good on and what maps are they not good on? There's a lot to play for, but we are getting ready to go into our first game of the day. DK, I'm going to throw you one last question before we start to get into the action. Are there any players who maybe jump out to you? Any players who you kind of got your eyes on? People, for me, as a bit of a noob here, to kind of to get excited about.
I mean, I guess it depends on what your flavor is, right? Like what the thing is that you're going to be looking for, because out of the respective teams, you know, well, let's go rather for the respective regions, if we can go like that. If I had to choose from the Arabia side, I definitely say Rauf or Lord coming in from the side there of Nigma Galaxy, right? I've really liked the way that they've played, and also I got to point out Never Alone rather coming in from the side of Falcons Esports. That also being on, you know, the Arabia side. But I mean, Africa, ooh, this is going to be a tricky one. I want to go for my homeboys, but I don't want to be biased. You know?
Mate, it's fine. You can be biased. It's perfectly fine, man. I just want to note as well, we've had a very nice playing path here, pretty much dead center, meaning that everybody should be able to hit their drop spots where they want comfortably. Seeing a couple of people looking to head towards that military base area. But it's going to be pretty standard start. And actually, already that first circle is going to force everybody in that military base area to quickly want to move up. And you actually already see a couple of teams dropping on those bridges or around the bridges from the military base. They might be able to kind of get a little bit chip damage off, maybe farm a couple of kills up early as people make it over the bridges or try to cross over on the boats.
Yeah, I mean, it could go many different ways as we can see that zone sitting up on towards the north. And I was actually quite curious to see what the drop location situation is going to be. As we know, for instance, the players coming through from Intruder, they like to drop down on towards that military base. And the same, of course, can be said for the players coming through there from the Ooredoo, I guess. Ooredoo, whichever. We'll get it eventually, I promise. The players there from Thunders. They also like to drop onto Millie, as we can see right there. So not really a contentious position for them, at least for the time being. But I mean, if we look a little bit further up north as well, Falcons, they've gone straight to Yasnaya, and we know coming from the Africa side, Slime 4KT also prefers to drop up into Yasnaya, but we already see a little bit of an adjustment coming through from their drop location. So I don't know if that's just now for Erangel itself, or whether it's going to be a kind of consistent change that we see coming through for them.
It was a nice playing path, so kind of everybody went where they wanted to go. I don't think anybody was denied by a short drop there, so at least for this round, it seems fairly intentional, as everybody's now just in that early phases of getting themselves some loot together. I'm curious to see, what's going to be going down around that military base area, because had a couple of teams dropping in that area, a couple of teams dropping out around that area as well. Means that there's always going to be a little bit of a scrap for that particular area, or at least people exiting.
Yeah, I mean, essentially that's what we want to see, right? Because this is now the teams having a great opportunity to kind of, showcase their performances. We know that they've already had an opportunity to kind of, test the waters against each other. So that's why we're seeing a slight bit of an adjustment coming through with regards to the locations themselves. But for the time being, it does seem like the teams are relatively comfortable, and they do look quite confident, if I could put it that way. And now it's going to come down to where these rotations will be taking them, as we can see also all the way down over in towards the Nova crates. Nothing out of the ordinary. You got the players from Intruders now just adjusting that drop location, getting themselves set up, looking to see where they can go. But yeah, of course, we know that the players coming through from Rico Infinity, they've moved up all the way in towards that North George position, which is, again, nothing out of the ordinary. But now they got to try and defend those positions, try and make the most of the locations they have at their disposal, at least for the time being.
Yeah, so these teams in the kind of north and the middle of the map got themselves in pretty good position for this early circle. Like I said, they can buckle down and defend, or kind of get these early rotations through. So for them, it's up to them and how they're going to actually play out those, these kind of first couple of circles. Team Falcons, they're in a very nice position right now for themselves.
Ooh.
That was did he hit a hay barrel? Is that what happened there?
No. That was the handbrake being pulled up.
Oh.
Just a little bit of buggy action. Nothing wrong with that. While they are exploring their options, looking to see where it is that they are looking to pull up into. And this is quite an interesting position actually coming through from G3, right? We know usually they drop all the way down towards that kind of farm position, but as we did see, it was not necessarily the easiest position to be in. But I'm liking the fact that the teams are changing things up, right? So you can't really base too much on what we've seen coming from these teams historically, at least with regards to drop locations and those rotations, then from there moving into those later phases. And already G3 changing it up, already being quite proactive and looking to push themselves quite further up north than what we normally see from them.
Bit of adaptation, from their domestic tournaments, changing things up. Makes for it makes it harder to scout these teams, because all of these teams would have watched how everyone plays, whether that be in scrims or in professional matches. They'd have an idea of where people drop and how they kind of rotate around the map. So shifting that up can always be quite a big one. So G3, they are in the middle of a couple of different teams, but they've got a fair amount of distance from anybody for the moment. They got the buggies as well, so they're able to move through from compound to compound and to secure themselves wherever they really want to buckle down for, because they're in a good position on the map now. They're within that circle, and they're not going to have a problem as, I believe Umbra very close to another team. I actually totally missed who they passed by, though.
Well, we've got the players here from NASR in the meantime, just making their way up in towards the northern position there of Razok. And again, you know, we were looking at that rotation as you were talking about G3 coming through, and that's a good rotation to make because they got a lot of that ridge line being utilized. Now, as we move over on towards the western side, this is where things are far more open. We can see the players here from YaLLa already getting themselves set up beautifully. Look at that powerful not getting traded there as Moment comes up with a quick cheeky hit. Now, Myth trying to hold on to the position. So this is the first clash we see between one of the Arabic teams and one of the African teams.
Yeah, and he's going down to the water level to try and keep himself alive, but I think Powerful might be in trouble as YaLLa just spraying over the river, trying to get a little bit of chip damage done on to the other side of the river, but now we're seeing Myths. They're being pincered from behind as well, so this is a pretty dangerous position for them to be in for now. As actually, let's say Powerful's actually been able to move across the river towards his allies and towards his team to keep him at least up for a bit longer.
I mean, this is a absolutely great start here, as you said, right? Myth also potentially getting pincered. We did see the players there from 01 Esports just a little bit further up north, but for the time being, it is going to be YaLLa trying to make a bit of a play here, right? So they trying to clear out this whole region so that they can assert their dominance. But Myth, they're not going to let that one slide just yet, right? They've come in with a very similar kind of approach. They too want to hold on to the compound because they know this kind of setup up in towards Cube, it could be quite favorable, particularly looking at how this phase is currently situated.
If they're able to get Powerful up there, so they have to burn some meds. They're now getting sprayed down across the river, and that should just be our first down here of this championship of the weekend. And it looks like YaLLa just going to have to back off for now. So we are looking at yet another circle close here. Curious to see if it goes up even further north. This is going to force all of these teams out of this fight and just force them to move nice and quick. As we'll see where it goes. It is going very north.
I mean, I can't lie, right? This is what I was low-key hoping for, to see that zone shift even further up north, right? It's not the most comfortable kind of zone for the teams, but it makes for some very entertaining action to unfold on the battlefield here. And as you said, rightly so, a lot of the teams, particularly positioned down on towards that southern side, they now need to try and find a way to get not only up into this next phase, but also to secure themselves a good position to kind of move on from that point.
Yeah, it's in Ooredoo leaving the military base now, so across that bridge. So they're quite a way away from this circle, and they're just going to probably be playing it in the blue for a long time in this game. Does mean they will have to burn a fair amount of resources to keep themselves topped up and healthy. Otherwise, they will just instantly crumble as soon as they close in. You see a couple of teams are actually in the close proximity to that drop as well. And it's like Team Myths have found themselves and yet another team to fight. I know it was YaLLa. I'll get my teams muddled up already, mate.
Well, yeah, here we go. Myth now looking to contest that potential position there. We can see the players there from Rico Infinity. Also now just on the off end, they're trying to apply a little bit of pressure down onto two of the players, at least from this side here of YaLLa. But a little bit more of a risky approach, right? ID7, sneaking up with a quick hit. I mean, this Umpi, this is absolutely a broken weapon. Love to see the teams utilize this. You can see Boompa also lying in wait, getting ready to apply a bit of that pressure. But Bandar is not going to have any of that, as we see a quick and swift move coming through, as we have a few more players now from the side there of YaLLa getting eliminated.
Yeah, YaLLa, they haven't been able to catch a break, unfortunately, from one fight to another, but we have already seen Myths get eliminated as well. NASR in the middle of a scrap. It looks like they are just going to call it for now and head down the other side of the hill, away from their current components. Opponents, whoever they're fighting.
Yeah, there we go. I got the gist of that. I mean, we can make up new names, right? We'll have a few more of those to come on through. But it does seem like 01 Esports, they're just going to be holding on to their current position, just looking to fortify themselves. Not a super set in stone kind of position. We do see them now starting to mobilize themselves ever so slightly, but of course a little bit further over on towards the edge of zone. We've got the players now from 90th minute also looking to get a bit of a rotation going here. The blue zone, of course, catching up with them, so they can't spend too much time. And the same, of course, can be said here for the players from CONQUEROR Iraq. We know there is a little bit of a congestion, a little bit further up ahead, so they have to be very selective as to how they rotate through. But now we get to see where these sneaky angles are going to be coming in from.
Yeah, Ragnarok actually taking a fair amount of damage there at one of these drops, but we'll see where this next circle's going. If this goes further north, man, oh, it's gonna be real rough. We'll see exactly where it goes. 90th minute. They're probably the furthest out at the moment. Trying to cross over that bridge near Jojapul. I can't see who's blocking them.
Well, that would be the players from Rico Infinity. Yeah, that's Rico Infinity. And as we jump into a little bit of right there, it is going to be PRZ who is knocked out, at least for the time being. Morteza is going to be trying to sneak around, but not going to be going down without a fight, as we can see the players there from Ooredoo. Also now just in the opposite end, up comes Rex, cooking up a few nades, looking to send it through. Up comes another play in as well. Umbra now getting a little bit of those reinforcements just to strengthen the position, but we do see Morteza getting traded. And now this could maybe be the opening here for the players from Ooredoo Thunder to claim a few more eliminations.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick themselves up at least 2 here. Umbra calling this fight lost. I'm just going to have to sacrifice those 2 players, but that is going to put them in a real deficit because we're now into probably what I'd like to say is the action circle. As we are looking at multiple fights at once here. 0-1 just getting a little bit of extra damage off in this skirmish. Able to down 1 already. Make that second. Is in the small rooms. They're able to find themselves these kills. Jam coming up huge with a quick kill. Now Ooredoo Thunder versus Intruder potentially will be passing by each other nice and soon.
I mean, we're yet to see Intruders step up and, you know, claim a few eliminations and, you know, just try to make their own mark coming in on towards the leaderboard. But I mean, looking at the standings that we've got on the side there, we still have quite a few players, quite a few teams rather, still left with a decent amount of players, and they have not really gotten involved in any major engagements for at least for the time being. But as we progress through these phases, as the teams get pushed and forced closer together, that is where it's going to be a lot of carnage coming in. And particularly looking at this western side, especially down towards the southwestern side, there's a few challenging rotations to be made.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some pretty rough rotations for some of these teams. This circle definitely played into the hands of some teams more than the others. It's closed in on top of them. And some teams have already established themselves in pretty good positions on the map to be able to hold out. There's a 90th minute. Got themselves in a nice location, actually. I like this position. They've got the blue behind them, this ridge in front of them. So you can see some of these kind of positions pretty heavily set up, and there's still a lot of players on the map. And this tight circle is closing in on getting even tighter. I'd like to note that for Nigma, it's been a pretty quiet start for this team. We kind of had some expectations about them, but the moment just kind of getting a feel for the lobby, I guess, as that circle closes in once again and going to force us towards Razak. It's going to force a bunch of these teams who are in that more northern position to move further down.
Yeah, and one thing we see coming through from these teams, especially, is that they are a lot more spread out, right? We don't see a major focus being put on teams pushing into center zone. We're also not seeing a lot of teams really prioritizing the edge of zone. Instead, they are a lot more spread out, taking up way more of this phase. And now, with them having to move even further in and, you know, get even closer together, this is where a lot of the insanity and the bloodshed now will start making its way on through, as we can see. That southern position is going to be the players from Twisted Minds, with the addition of a 90th minute, just a little bit further down south. Those nades not really just reaching all the way across, but, you know, that can all change in a moment's notice.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the point where nades are going to be very, very important as everyone starts to cluster up and kind of get that range. It's the ability to down people from a distance there, but you can hear Lots of people starting to collapse in towards Razakan, this compound. There's 90th minutes. Currently in a altercation with Twisted Minds. And okay, so trying to get a little bit of damage on to one of those members. Didn't actually quite hit it. Twisted Minds got himself in a very spread out position, while 90th minute actually quite clustered towards that one house. So the flanking which Twisted Minds have might actually be enough here to pay dividends. You can also see CONQUEROR a little bit off in the distance as YaLLa, kind of expected, unfortunately, are going to be knocked out. Our second team to fall. So one, and NASR now going in for a bit of a skate. To get a little bit of damage off through that window.
Oh, who wants a window if you could just rush in through the open garage? Just let me see the players there from 0-1. Just going absolute beast mode, just claiming a few more of those eliminations. We can see already 4 on the board for them. But now, of course, the players from Umbra just holding up on the side. And this is going to be an interesting one because we've got Shadowin and Wasted, two really strong players coming through from the side there of Umbra, now being in a position where they can show us what they've got and whether or not they're going to look to contest this potential angle that they have down onto the players there from YaLLa Esports.
It's a very hard angle for them to hold, especially when they're down that member. But now we're seeing another fight breaking out. One team just held in, Intruder Africa held inside this one house. Is Virtual Gaming just gonna kind of onslaught them and get the spray, get the nades and everything they can down there. Already one going very low from the side though. It looks like Virtual Gaming actually might be losing out on this fight. Intruder have been able to hold so effectively here. Gonna throw the nade in through the window, just try and get one, but that's gonna be another member down. The meds are coming in for Intruder, and they're just keeping themselves topped up. You can also see we got yet another team closing in. Ooredoo close by to this skirmish with Intruder. Intruder actually doing a fantastic job of being able to hold them off, and they may just be looking for the full wipe of the team here. Down goes another member. And I believe it's only one standing the side of Virtual Gaming. There's Intruder just holding them. It's Zeus. Actually, no, he's got another one. There's 2. He's got 2. Trying to see if they can get to their teammates. Try to see if they can get them up in time. It's such a hard position to push through all this smoke. You see Slime are going to get knocked out in the meanwhile as well. And Intruder just medding themselves back up.
I mean, this is quite an interesting one to see, though. I mean, because we got the players from Virtual and Intruder. You know, they've been fighting it out over in the PMPL Africa as well. So it's great to see them going toe-to-toe here once again. But of course, we do have those third parties coming in as well. Alphalugi now quickly just trying to pick up Petrox there. Meanwhile, we've got a Weiss and the rest of the team here from the side of Intruder. Now looking to kind of clear out their building. But both these teams, right? Yep, both these teams have to rotate and get themselves situated back into zone. And looking at what the options they have, it is going to be a pretty tough call for either of them to make it in. But Hemo now steps up with a beautiful shot. Up comes Zeus in behind and down they go. Virtual Gaming getting eliminated as well. Intruder stepping up to the challenge, picking up those 4 eliminations.
That was a really nice fight there by Intruder. I genuinely thought because they were crammed in that building they could just be subject to nades and stuff through the window, but they're able to outplay that. Lovely as now Falcons are kind of gatekeeping their escape. Never alone, on his own, holding Intruder in this house and in the blue for just a little bit longer. He looks to try and rejoin with the rest of his team, but Intruder Africa, they used a lot of resources to win that fight and to be able to hold out, but there goes the down. And Intruder Africa knocked out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised to see these performances really come through from all of these teams. We've seen them all showcase a bit of that talent they've got, and now yet another opportunity has brought its way on through it. But this, of course, could now be the opportunity for the players here from G3 to get involved in a few of those engagements. You can see they are relatively centered to the zone, but Buden does get blown to smithereens there as Yusuf sends over a little bit of a cheeky nade up in towards that northern side. So whichever way or wherever these teams go, it's not going to be a very simple approach to just get themselves situated back into this phase.
There's 27 people still in this, 8 teams, and we're in such a tight circle. You can constantly hear the crackling of the gunfire as Everybody's just trying to get himself in as good a position as possible. It looks like there's fairly scattered out. G3 Temper, though, kind of in that middle of the road almost. In between everybody will be subject to quite a lot of fire, and all the smoke's going down. Ooredoo keeping Twisted Minds at the bottom of the hill as we see Rico Infinity knocked out. Knocking us down to that last 7 teams, and these constant nades coming down, just spraying out all of the damages. Twisted Minds, they're in such a rough position at the bottom of this hill. The Ooredoo Thunders just continuing to bring the Thunder down.
Yeah.
And there go G3 Temper. Not the greatest position for them, unfortunately. The circle closes in on Falcon. Got themselves in that favorable position on this next upcoming circle. The Twisted Minds, they can't even get out of this downhill. It's just constant spray being held at bay for this one remaining player. Sorry, not this one remaining player. There's still a bunch of Ooredoo Thunders, but just one person keeping them down here. Down they go.
I mean, Twisted Minds just waiting for that opening before they could send a few of those utils through just to try and alleviate a little bit of that pressure. But now that is their rush coming in as well, as we can see the Ooredoo Thunders now also getting spanked a little bit there, as they too are getting a little bit of a rush coming in. But of course, that repositioning will have to happen. The teams will have to relocate themselves a little bit closer. It is, of course, going to be Ooredoo Thunders getting sent back into the lobby. But one thing that we also saw happening was Nigma stepping up with an absolutely insane performance. We did have another crazy play coming through from Raouf, going for an entire squad wipe just a few moments ago. But with that, it is going to be Falcons now who have quite a bit of trouble coming in their direction.
Yeah, Falcons definitely going to be going out here. Only Damar remains. And pincered on multiple fronts is Nigma getting himself into that flank position, keeping their heads low as Falcons are going to get knocked out. And Umbra actually able to get the down over the hill from that high ground. The 2 remaining members for Umbra doing their best, but Wasted is going to get wasted here. No, Jam's able to get down in response, and Umbra doing a fantastic job of holding on here with all of these members. Twisted Minds kind of suffering the consequences of that earlier skirmish, as that is going to be the last member left up for the side of Twisted Minds, and Nigma just going to be finishing everybody up. Hamady just finding the spray over that wall as 0-1 now. They're all kind of clustered together, and they're going to lose somebody already. I believe it's Umbra opening fire. No, it's Nigma opening into the smokes onto them. 0-1. Still up, though. Nigma, all of their players are up and healthy. Nobody is downed. Nobody is dead. It's definitely come opening into this first match of this tournament in some real style. Umbra, though, holding on in this same position. Wasted has been downed, and this will be the end of Wasted. Although, just able to sneak around to the side as 0-1 just trying to finish them off. Can't quite find the damage, and the pickup is coming in for Umbra, so able to help them up, and Umbra still holding on.
Yeah, they're not going to be backing out of this one just yet, but of course 0-1 now trying to make a quick dash for it. Down they go. Raouf also now getting a hit in the exchange there. Up comes Freak, gets the confirmation in towards Yamaz. But with that, we do see Humam, the last remaining hopeful now for 0-1 at least on this front line. Well, in fact, there's 2 of them left. We got Gatti also just on the opposite end there. So 2 players remain for the side there of 0-1, but they are going to be really put to the test here, as we can see Gaeth now also looking for a bit of an opening. It is the end of the road though for the players from Umbra, but let's see now whether or not Nexus, or Nigma rather, is going to be able to close this one out. As you said, moving up here with a full squad, they have such a dominating, controlling position coming into this phase, and all they got to do is deal with these last 2 solos, and that of course is going to be the one player coming through from the side of Twisted. And then 0-1. So, Dami, this is going to be quite an uphill fight.
I'm ready for the hero play, Dami. Let's see what you got. Can see Hamady, I believe, from his position. Not going to go for the spray. Is looking like the final member 0-1. Just holding up for a little bit longer. Dami charging up the nades. Going to throw it out onto Hamady. Able to find himself a cheeky knock. on to one of these members. The 0-1 is going to be eliminated, and it's just Dammy now. Going to throw another nade in over the wall, looking for a second down. Dammy able to find 2. This is huge right now for Twisted Minds. And it does look like Nigma need to kind of collapse the rest of their players down to try and find this kill. They've already found one. There it is with the nade. Nigma take the first win.
Well, that was absolutely insane to see. But I mean, looking at Dammy, that was some really devastating nades being dealt right there at the end. I do think that made the players there from Nigma Galaxy really start to question whether or not they are as secure as they thought they were. But beautiful performance, an absolutely great start coming into this very first match.
Yeah, definitely. It was nice to see, we had our expectations for Nigma to be, one of the top contenders, but it was a very quiet start for them. There were a couple of teams who definitely had a more action-packed start. Obviously, oh god, I've had a complete brain fart already. Myths, they got knocked out really early. There we go. So a couple of teams who took those early scraps. I think as well especially for the teams who are dropping on the more southern parts of the map, there was an element of the circle did not favor them and forced them kind of uphill the whole time. So it'd be interesting to see, how different playing paths and different circles affect some of these teams, because, there were teams who dropped on the military base and then teams who dropped right outside the military base and just held the bridges versus them. And it kind of forces you to, even if you don't get down or even if you don't, lose a single member, you have to kind of burn those meds and burn those resources to keep yourself up. And that kind of just bit some of those teams early where the circles were constantly forcing them to keep moving and they weren't able to resupply and restock up after what was, a pretty rough start to that game, that first match.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is not a race. It's more of a marathon, right? You got to pace yourself progressing through that match, ensuring that you have yourself set up to make it into those later few phases. So sometimes a little bit more of a costly rotation. Getting caught by that blue zone does really hamper that tactic to some degree. But now we got to see, how teams are going to bounce back from this once they make their way back into the next Erangel. But also, I just want to touch on the drop locations, right? I was curious to see how the teams are going to look to accommodate their respective drop locations. And we did see a really good, healthy balance with that coming through from the teams.
Yeah, it was interesting to kind of see some of these early drops, see if, there's going to be any changes or anything, coming into the later matches and the later times. Because obviously we're playing at Erangel 3 times today. So there might be a little bit of changes. We can see some of the highlights. The Oppo highlights from this game. Intruder Africa, this was a real standout moment for me, actually. I thought they were in a pretty rough position, completely surrounded by just an onslaught of nades and smokes, but they're able to pull out and pull through really well. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL Middle East and Africa Championship. We started out with a win for Nigma. They didn't lose a single person. They got close and hero play from Twisted Minds towards the end. But, you know, how did that game kind of go for you, DK? Was there any expectations met, or were you surprised by anything that went down in that particular game?
I'm quite satisfied with how that very first match went, right? So I honestly came into it with no expectations, looking to see what the teams are going to be bringing into this first match. But as we get ready to move a little bit closer to that second match, right, this is where we can say, okay, the nerves are now kind of behind them. The teams now can look to bring in the performances that we have seen. And of course, speaking about performances that we have seen, it's time to have a look at our match rankings.
Yeah, let's see how all of our teams did here. Obviously, Nigma did take themselves first place with 16 elimination points. So skyrocketing into first with that 31-point start. Twisted Minds, 8 eliminations, 12 placement points, so 20-point start for them. 0-1, 17 points for themselves in third. So that's your kind of top 3. But you can see it kind of falls off quite quickly. Ooredoo in 6th place only got 6 points. That's a massive, massive deficit between them and first. So for some teams, it's going to be, you know, they've really got to pick up the pace going into this second match. And we'll have a look at the second half of the table just to see, you know, the lower end and see who really needs to kind of make this second map work for them. So hopefully we have that ready.
Yeah, I mean, definitely this first page is looking quite impressive there. No surprise to see the players there from Nigma Galaxy running away with a 30 bomb. And I mean, they didn't open this first match. They kind of kicked the door down, right? So they just lit this lobby on fire, as we could see. And this is setting the bar quite high for them. And it's going to make it quite challenging for the opposing teams to kind of look to meet them on fair ground, right? Looking to see if they can push up. But sure, let's jump over to that second page. And this is where we can see a little bit of a different situation, right? G3 sitting only on 3 points. Quite a few teams sitting on only 2 points. And then, of course, you got the players there from Myth coming in with 1 single point. And Slime, YaLLa, unfortunately, getting sent back empty-handed.
But like I said, 6th place is only 6 points. So, you know, for Slime and YaLLa, this is a very easy position for them to catch up to. They just need to kind of, you know, not get themselves kind of into these early fights that do cost them heavily without being able to find a single kill or anything. You know, the top has already got a fairly healthy, a fairly sizable lead, but there's so many games to go, there's so many points still to earn that there's the ability to bounce back whenever they really, not whenever you want, but, you know, a good game is enough for you to get yourself in a very comfortable position here. And, you know, game 1 showed us a lot, but I don't think it showed us everything. There's so much more to go. There's so many more games to play just today, let alone the rest of this weekend. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, after this next game, how the points look and how the placements, because I expect, especially that second page of the points and the standings right now, to really, really get shaken up because, you know, 6th through to 18th or 16th, sorry, there's not much. There's not really much in it at all. I mean, even 5th is only like 11 points. So there's really not much in it. You just need a good placement, a good match, and suddenly you're up there. You're at the top side of the scale. But we're changing things up, and we'll be dropping in Miramar for our second matchup. So, DK, how do we feel that this match is going to go? Are there any teams who we think, you know, Miramar's their map? Is this the one where you go, okay, Nigma very good on Erangel, but
Erangel.
Yeah, that's a book.
Erangel. That's a new map. That's a new map.
Slash a very bad film. Very bad film. But Miramar, like, how are we feeling about the teams dropping on this map? And, you know, who should we keep our eyes on?
I do think we could see a little bit of a dynamic shift coming through here because, as you said, right, we've got teams that perform quite well when it comes to Erangel. But if we look, for instance, to the Africa region, we know a team like G3 Temper, for instance, they've had some good runs when it comes to Miramar. But looking at the performance we had coming through in the PMPL Africa itself, it was a little bit of a different situation, right? So, again, this time around, I do think with regards to the teams coming through from the Africa side, that potentially Virtual Game or Intruder could be one of those teams to be looking at least on that front. Who knows? We could have a surprise performance coming through from Slime and potentially maybe Temper as well. But then I would say on the Arabic side, I'm kind of hoping to see a push come through from CONQUEROR.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it was a fairly underwhelming map 1 from CONQUEROR. They kind of just got eliminated in a little gust of wind, just disappeared from that map, unfortunately. So yeah, I would like to see a little bit more from CONQUEROR, but we are getting ready to drop into our next map here, seeing where the plane is going, and it's fairly central, but not entirely central. So for our teams dropping, you know, Valley de Mar areas, that might affect them somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, especially like Val del Mar, Minas del Mar, Chumacera, Los Leones, La Bendita, all those regions, as we can obviously see a little bit further down towards the south, will make it a little bit more challenging. But looking at positions, for instance, up in towards Pozo, we know the players there from Nigma Galaxy, they'll be able to just go ahead, drop in the usual position. But then again, if we look over on towards, we've got Bendita there as well. La Bendita, where we know the players from CONQUEROR like to frequent. So there's a lot of these positions. We know the teams generally tend to move in towards, but that of course can all go straight out the window, because we've already seen coming in on first Erangel, there was somewhat of a change coming through, but not anything drastic just yet. But what is drastic though is going to be that first initial zone all the way over on towards that eastern side.
Man, we've had some spicy zones today. Really nice start for us, DK. Forces some teams to kind of really adjust and rethink through their game plan. You can see Myths, actually, they seem to be still heading Valley de Mar way, so they're going to be a fair distance away as well. I believe, I can't see exactly who's right at the top. That's 90th minute right at the top. Although they're still fairly close. They should be A-okay, but it's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams do play out this first circle, because again, it's going to kind of force some hands and force some teams to adjust and rotate a little bit earlier. They've still got plenty of time though on this first circle.
Yeah, but once again, we do see a few of those potential positions, you know, looking a little bit different from what we are accustomed to seeing, right? So we know, for instance, the players from the side of Myth, they like to push all the way down in towards Monte Nuevo, but we did see the players there from Twisted Minds already getting themselves situated. So a little bit of an adaptation coming through once again with regards to those positionings. And looking onto the players here from YaLLa Esports, they've of course found themselves a little bit of a safe haven all the way over on towards that far eastern edge, almost on the complete coast along that eastern side.
Well, we're seeing 0-1 starting out. It's also one thing I also noticed quite a lot on Miramar is teams definitely put a lot of priority on trying to pick up these vehicles, because they're so scattered, and then fly towards the teams, or in this case, fly towards the team. Just give you a nice aerial view to scout out, you know, who's in the area, who's about.
Well, they could get a good guesstimation, right? You're not really going to be seeing all too much, at least on you know, that would render in from this height. But you know, it also makes you a little bit of a moving target. Fortunately for the players coming through here from YaLLa Esports, they move into an entirely unoccupied position right here in Impala. But Saif, of course, having a little bit of a crash landing there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go get some meds after that one. That was a bit of a rough crash for them, but like you said, it is a pretty uncontested and uninhabited zone. Twisted Minds, honestly, an amazing tail end to that last game. I thought they were out of that game so much earlier than they were. They held on for that second place, almost got 2 extra additional eliminations for themselves, and maybe even that kind of 1v4 hero play. Unfortunately, it was not to be. But in a nice position in the standings, another good match here. Really puts them in a comfortable position as well as far as the points go as we move later on into the day. And obviously, this is Slime. He had a pretty rough game, I think, is unfortunately the best way to word it. They had a 0-pointer to open up, them and Myths.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a tough run. But now we get to see what the teams will bring as they have yet another opportunity to get a little bit of a better run, right? To get themselves resituated, find themselves in a little bit more of an advantageous angle, a little bit more of an advantageous lineup. Because, as you said, right, Slime, a 0-pointer. We did see the players there from YaLLa also finishing on that lovely bubble coming through on their front. But now it's down to how the teams are looking to improve now that they've got yet another opportunity to, come in with a bit of a clean slate, because we haven't really seen any performances for them just so far on Miramar. But once this match is done, that kind of sets the standard of what we could be expecting to see from them coming in the remaining Miramar for the day.
Well, seeing G3 just climbing up the hill, holding on. It's a nice high ground position. Obviously, that first circle, like we said, very far off in the distance. So it's going to force some teams to kind of adjust nice and quick. I didn't actually see where G3 dropped off the top of my head. Now I think about it. But already 0-1 have picked themselves up a kill. No, they haven't. Everyone's alive. I'm an idiot. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's been a long day. Just finding my feet again.
You're just trying out the different eventualities, right? So
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
prepping yourself for when that first one comes in. It's like, all right, there we go, right? We've already done this. The first player gets sent on down. But again, so the teams this time around, it looks like they much more calculated with the approaches, right? So
Yeah.
they seem to be respecting the different locations. No one looking to bring in any major upsets just yet. But once we make it through this first initial phase, in my opinion at least, then it's like anything goes, right? Then we can see those tactics really getting developed and put to good use.
Yes, exactly. Also seeing kind of CONQUEROR, a team who you said had a little bit of an underwhelming start to the previous game. So kind of want to keep our eyes on CONQUEROR as we move a little bit further in to this game. See if they don't just kind of crumble out. Umbra as well, another team who held on in that first map. Lost a couple of members quite early, but was still able to hold on for a very decent amount of time. And with people pincering them on multiple sides, there was always that worry if they were going to get themselves caught out. But once again, YaLLa might be one of our first teams to get themselves in a skirmish. And game one ended out leaving with, I believe, 0 points. Had a very, very painful start to that first map.
Yeah.
So maybe looking to not get himself into an early skirmish and lose too much like they did in the previous map where they got caught on that bridge, ended up getting way too many meds burnt, and actually I believe losing a member as well.
No, but a lot of caution coming through, right? As we can see, NASR making their way on through. G3, they've spotted that rotation coming in, but we're seeing a lot of that trigger discipline, as we can see. On the map, the team's in a relatively close proximity, but of course, Miracle is going to be the one to slip down the side and, get sent back into the lobby. A really easy pickup coming through there from the side of G3. And this is where I think, NASR, they might not be too satisfied with that unfortunate happenstance that we just witnessed, but of course, now we do see Batika pulling up alongside Umbra, so this could be yet another devastating play potentially for them.
Oh, this could be really, really rough for them. Umbra have all 4. And NASR on their lonesome right now. Batika needs to be so careful. It's wasted. He's going to try and find himself the angle around the wall. Finds himself the down and an easy follow-up as well. Down goes a second member of NASR.
So, I mean, Umbra getting some easy pickings here, but as we can see, quite a bit of congestion now starting to come in towards that more center zone. So the teams this time not really having themselves as spread out as we had coming through on Erangel. So good to see the teams looking to step it up. As we can see, of course, La Bendita is going to be one of those hot potential angles for the teams to find themselves situated. But I'm liking that angle also from Umbra, coming in just in the open field there, just getting themselves a little bit of an established point there, because we've got 0-1, we've got the players moving in, another team in fact, moving up right behind them. So this is where they really have to try to hold on to whichever compounds it is they can find. And as we can see now, Ooredoo Thunders looking to do exactly that, as they do find yet another hit now onto YaLLa Esports.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice little play there. Ooredoo Thunders, team who kind of seem to find these really nice skirmishes and fights for themselves, finding themselves 1 kill, looking just to finish up a couple others as well. As Jam's gonna get himself down, and that is going to be the end of 0-1 on this map. Instantly taken out.
Yeah, a good play coming through from the Ooredoo Thunders here. I mean, they have not lost any of their players. We did see Rex, of course, now getting shot at. But a quick patch up coming through here from Smoker. Having smoked it up now will allow them to bounce back. But we also see the players now from Rico Infinity moving in from the north, coming in just a little bit further up from that position in which we see the players from NASR and, of course, YaLLa as well. So I'm curious to see where this next phase will be taking the teams, as we do have that blue zone now starting to close on up. And again, those positionings, those repositionings rather, will have to start making their way on in. And we could see a few engagements resulting from those rotations.
Yeah, these circles are quite... Well, the circle has obviously forced everyone over quite tight, so I do expect to see those as YaLLa now getting open fired onto. Bandar doesn't quite find himself the hit. But they are continuing chase here. Rico Infinity are just going very aggressive. Not able to find themselves a down, but YaLLa probably going to get himself positioned here for this fight. It looks like they were trying to just escape it for now, but looks like it's time for some action for the side of YaLLa. Get himself in these ditches, in these cubbies where they can hide and find himself a little bit of a comfortable position to take the skirmish versus Rico Infinity.
Yeah, they're looking to get themselves dug into their locations. And I mean, again, so Miramar, a map that allows a lot more for that terrain play to come on through, as we see a lot of teams adopting a very kind of similar approach, right? Not a lot of occupation in the compounds themselves. And this is what makes Miramar so exciting, is because it allows teams to utilize the terrain to potentially sneak up on one of their unsuspecting opponents positioned just up ahead of them. And of course, now as we wait for this next phase to pop on through, still a lot of congestion, but we actually have not seen a lot of engagements really erupting from these current positions.
No, you're completely right. Obviously, we've had 0-1 get knocked out and NASR lose 2 members. But other than that, it's not been too aggressive. But that is a very tight circle. A lot of teams are going to get forced down. You can see there's 3 teams just clustered north of the circle. Can't actually make out one of them being YaLLa, and I think one of them is Rico Infinity, but I can't actually see the pink one. Is that YaLLa? No, YaLLa or the orange. I don't know. Either way, there's 3 teams fairly clustered together who are going to be looking to move down. So I expect to see some action break out around that as Myths. Maybe looking for Virtual Gaming here, seeing if they can find a quick pick and going to open fire. This is going to take a fair amount of damage from Broly.
I'm not quite sure if I'm convinced about this position, though. I mean, looking at the spread coming through from the players here of Myth currently, we do see Broly and Ramsey. There's quite a bit of distance in between them. It does seem like Ramsey is at least looking to just adjust that position, as we can see them, of course, on the map now, starting to rotate along that southern side. But I mean, if we look at what's happening up in towards the northern side here, this is where a lot of chaos is now going to come through, as we've got Intruder coming under fire. Beautiful back and forth, nice trade-off coming in there as well, as we can see the players from the Ooredoo Thunders also now just lighting it up on the map. But now Rico Infinity, they've spotted, they've had a little bit of a taste of some Slime 4KT action. But now the question comes in is whether or not they are actually going to look to push that position, or are they just going to be looking to hold on to that position?
Well, Smoker trying to advance up, and Virtual Gaming going to be able to find themselves an easy kill there. As Rico Infinity, again, continuing that kind of fight for position versus Slime 4KT, but it's a bit of a stalemate over there for the moment, as Umbra have got themselves in I actually really like this position. They've got this nice high ground. Plenty of like terrain play you were talking about for them to kind of use to get themselves dug in and nice and comfortable. As there's a lot of teams in the area. You got Ooredoo Thunder, you got Umbra, and then you've also got your 4th team in Intruder Africa.
Yeah, I mean, this current position on the map is not the easiest to play. As you can see, the terrain being quite mountainous, and there's so many potential angles from which your opponents could be moving in. So the spread there from Umbra, I do think that is a relatively good spread because they've got great coverage, being able to cover a lot of the angles, you know, further below them. But look at this, YaLLa from Virtual Gaming now just applying quite a bit of pressure on towards Intruders. We see Hemo and Rauf there just trying to utilize the living heck out of that little trench. They find themselves hidden behind the vehicle.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to hold it there, though. They're in for a whole world of hurt. So like you said, just able to kind of hold this position and keep them tied down there. INTRUDER Africa just going to try and hope that maybe somebody can turn around and pull the attention of Virtual Gaming, but they got themselves that really good high ground. It's going to be hard for anybody to push up onto them. We're actually seeing YaLLa got to find themselves one, spraying over this ridge, looking for another member. Rico Infinity continuing this extended fight. Because that's going to be one already downed. YaLLa got himself a lovely little flank here, actually. And Powerful, who opened up by being downed in that first matchup, gets himself in a relatively good position, but Prestige is able to spot him out and see if he can do anything about that. The vehicle's there, so for quick repositioning, they can go for that.
Yeah, I mean, Prestige going to have their hands full, as we can see YaLLa now coming right on down, getting aggressive. But it does seem like Prestige also now opting for the vehicle. But of course, Twisted Minds just positioned up on the high ground there as well. And curious to see, especially looking at this phase, whether or not any of the high ground positioning on the outskirts of Los Leones is going to be utilized, particularly center zone. As we can see, Nigma Galaxy, Twisted, Slimefolk KT, all in pretty close proximity, almost towards that point. But as we had quite a bit of contention coming through, moving into this phase, the teams are really going to have to fight to get into these high ground positions.
There's a couple of teams who got themselves in good high grounds, Twisted Minds being one of them as well. Just seeing Prestige, who I believe just got taken out as Virtual Gaming able to hold this high ground. Petro gonna find Gaga just like that. Lovely use of this high ground. And Virtual Gaming, while they are surrounded on multiple fronts, it's so hard to push up onto them. But 90th minute are starting it. Virtual Gaming, they've got high grounds on multiple fronts, which means if they are flanked, they can be outnumbered fairly quickly. As 90th minutes are able to take one of those high ground positions away from Virtual Gaming, find themselves a quick kill. Team Falcons now pushing uphill towards YaLLa here.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of an uphill battle for them, but as we can see, Bomba not going to be stopping there. Does pick up that trade-off on towards last from Falcons. And now Yusuf and Never Alone now sneaking up on the edge, playing that ridge. But of course, Blue Zone is hard on their heels, so they have to put their focus on getting themselves into zone. Yusuf getting traded, Never Alone now entirely alone, but it's going to be rotating dangerously close up to alongside a few more teams we have, and that it will be the players from G3. Now, YaLLa still having all their players up. Now in a bit of a position where they can look to bring in a few more of those dashes. Of course, 90th minute also having a little bit of a risky play here. As they can see now YaLLa just raining down some terror down on towards them.
Yeah, he's got this wonderful high ground here. 90th minute pushing up. And that is going to be another kill for them, though, in response on to these members of Virtual Gaming. This scrap has kind of extended from multiple high grounds, from place to places. Alpha able to get a little bit off as 90th minute are kind of pinned here. It's a very hard position for them to push out from and to reposition into.
Definitely not a lot of options. I mean, looking at that zone, taking a beautiful shift up north. I'm pretty sure the teams are quite satisfied that they're not going to be finishing on a city finish, because that is quite nightmarish for a lot of them. But looking at the position down south, this is Virtual Gaming just playing it so beautifully. YaLLa still just capitalizing on that high ground position. But now they got to think of how they're going to get themselves out of dodge, as Zeus and the rest of the team trying to smoke it up, looking for that vehicle before coming in with that quick reposition. Myth also now figuring out that they can't go over the mountains, instead looking to potentially just rotate alongside it. Nigma also just just advancing themselves into zone, but Twisted Minds actually having a beautiful setup coming into this phase.
Yeah, they really are. As we just saw CONQUEROR, I believe, in a little bit of a scrap here. Looking for the kill, but not going to be able to find it. Nigma as well, also having a pretty relaxed start to this game once again, but they did kind of just secretly come alive, picking up kills left, right, and center. 35 players still remaining in this game. We are losing 90th minute. We saw Intruder Africa go out, and there's Virtual Gaming as well. So 3 teams all eliminated in fairly quick succession, one after the other. Doing wonders for some of these teams. One of those teams, 0-1, being one of the first teams out, who were, I believe, in 3rd in the standings. That is going to really play a bit of upset on that table to start us off with.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of openings for upsets coming through. This is only the 2nd match, and teams are still trying to find kind of their footing, trying to get themselves, more solidified on the overall rankings. But I'm liking this back and forth coming through here from Hamodi. Groza not really being able to pinpoint that exact position now, just sending out a few taps and a few utils, just looking to find a few of those hit markers. But of course, strangely enough, the players here from Nigma Galaxy, right? They've now been reduced down to only 2 players, and we actually see the players there from Ooredoo Thunders leading with the amount of eliminations, currently sitting on 7. YaLLa rather in a very close 2nd position, but they still have their entire squad, so this is looking very, very hopeful for YaLLa this time around.
Well, there go Ooredoo Thunders, as we're going to see the circle close in momentarily, but Myths trying to go toe-to-toe with CONQUEROR, able to find themselves a cheeky down. Well, not even see if they can get anything more. There's Rio just holding for the moment. Ramsey, see if he can push up, playing around the side of the wall. Neither of each other can really place each other right now. There's going to be the kill. Ramsey looking for the 2nd, able to take out CONQUEROR. Myths having a really, really nice turnaround in this game, as Slime42k also in a skirmish of themselves versus Nigma.
And of course, the players here from Slime4KT also taking a little bit more of a cautious approach, right? We can see them just inching their way onto the edge of that zone, trying to ride kind of that blue storm as long as they possibly can. But they've chosen a relatively challenging position to pull into, right? They are on the low ground, as we can see the team's position up north, having a beautiful vantage point up on the high ground. And this now kind of forces them to utilize this little bit of coverage they've got, utilizing these containers, just looking to sneak their way on through. But Twisted Minds still just capitalizing on their own position. Meanwhile, G3 coming in from the northern side. We do see Shadow and just tapping away there on towards C-Mind. But of course, YaLLa also being somewhat of a problem there for them, and those third-party hits now really being quite troublesome for G3.
Yeah, definitely being a bit of a pain for them. Twisted Minds got this nice high ground. G3 Temper trying to slowly push up, but now they got Umbra actually on the flank spraying into them. YaLLa got this absolutely phenomenal position, rotating a couple of members downhill to see if they can deal with it, and G3 Temper gonna get taken out as they just got caught out on the flank. Twisted Minds still holding themselves in a nice high ground position though. They've got that position everybody's looking to go for, as Umbra trying to push their way up. YaLLa as well. It is the battle for the high ground right now, DK.
Yeah, but I gotta say though, Hipbrain, I think this is gonna be a final 3 of potentially YaLLa, Umbra, and Twisted Minds, right? Because the position's just looking so great. But now we find both 2 of the 3 teams I just mentioned actually fighting it out, and of course Twisted also going to be stepping up, as we do see the players there from NASR getting sent back into the lobby. Oh yes, indeed, Kaito with a beautiful nade right into the face. They are powerful, and Morteza also now getting traded.
Yeah, Powerful going to get taken out there, but Umbra pushing up onto YaLLa. Twisted Minds on that top, this kind of that top, middle, and bottom right now between these 3 teams for this high ground. And it does make YaLLa's life a little bit harder because they are pincered and they are taking fire from 2 fronts. Well, the others just have to shoot up or shoot down, but YaLLa doing a very good job of slowly making their way up and out of a less dangerous position, but Kaito able to continue to fire down onto them. Bomber gonna get taken out here by Kaito. And Umbra still making their way up. Can Kaito find the damage? Vehicle giving just enough cover for Kaito to not find the pick he needs. But Nigma, they're chilling. They're letting everybody take each other out before they get involved in the action. They are having to deal with Slime 42K though. And it's definitely more messy between this three-man skirmish on this hill.
Yeah, I mean, Slime 4KT definitely looking to push in from that western side. And as you said, right, the players there from Nigma taking a little bit more of a calculated approach with that, as we saw Slime 4KT coming to the end of their play, at least in this first match right here on Miramar. But look at that PRZ now getting shot in the face. Powerful also getting a beautiful retaliation coming back their way. But look at this now as we see Nigma actually getting eliminated. That is not something we've seen too often just yet. But now Twisted Mind still looking absolutely fantastic. Situated smack dab center zone, such a controlling position. All they gotta do is just keep on keeping it on, keeping that pressure pretty high, as we have Ragnar there also getting down by Morteza. And I'm loving this instant reaction coming through from the teams, right? One of their players gets hit and then they instantly retaliate, putting in the damage to the opposing team.
Yeah, you're completely right. It's really, really kind of just quick-paced reaction gameplay here as our final teams are holding up. Twisted Mind's able to find themselves yet another kill. Slowly holding up. There goes another member of YaLLa, as well as YaLLa completely taken out. It's down to Myths, Umbra, and Twisted Minds as our final teams. But Twisted Minds, everybody is alive. It's only 2 members of Umbra, and one of which is being down for the moment, or knocked for the moment.
Well, I mean, we could almost go as far as to say that this is in the bag for Twisted, but we've seen these teams shake it up, and Farokh does exactly that. Shakes it up as they come pushing on through, just picking up that quick trade onto the side there of Twisted Minds, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as Rolkus comes in to close it up. Team Myth getting sent back into the lobby. Wasted, getting wasted as the blue zone moves on through, and it is a very comfortable winner chicken dinner for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, very nice win there for Twisted Minds. They got themselves just in a very good position. Really comfortable position and able just to hold that higher ground. And ultimately, that was kind of what pulled them through in that final map. It was interesting to see Nigma get knocked out quite so early, but I think their fight versus Slime 42K definitely challenged them and probably forced them to, well, probably forced quite a lot of resources out of them and just caused them to be in a much... in a lower health going into that fight. But that was an amazing game for the side of Twisted Minds. They had a brilliant start to the day in that second position, in that second place on map number 1. But real big bounce back, especially for the likes of YaLLa, who, you know, had a pretty rough start to our first map of the game, of the day, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. This is what we want to see, teams really stepping it up. Of course, Umbra Myths coming in there with their 7 eliminations, as well as the players there from Ooredoo Thunders also picking up those 7 eliminations. But YaLLa, Twisted Minds just getting themselves ahead of the pack, at least with regards to those elims. But again, not such a big drop-off this time around coming through as we move a little bit further down between that 5th place in which we see Nigma Galaxy, and then, of course, the players there from Ooredoo Thunders just 4 points behind. Virtual Gaming 3 points behind them, and Slime managing to find themselves 4 points as well. But again, second page, this is where we could get a little bit more of an idea as to what is going on with these teams' positions.
Yes, you know, 0-1 being knocked out early was definitely going to be, definitely was a problem for them. And will upset the standings. Obviously, this is just the match ranking. This isn't the overall points. But to move on to that bottom side of the table, NASR able to get himself 3 points, CONQUEROR 3 points. You know, some of these teams you said didn't really perform in that first map, kind of keeping that up. G3 Temper as well, 2 points for them. But Rico Infinity 0-1. Well, I mean, 0-1 just went flat 0 on that map. It was not a particularly solid showing for them. And it is going to play a bit of an upset going into our next maps and kind of going to force them to rethink things through, as our next map will be I have a brain fart. What is our next map?
We're heading right back to Erangel once again
Erangel.
for the next round, the second Erangel of the day, to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. After that, it is, of course, going to be a little bit of that Sanhok action. So, you know, every second match is going to be Erangel. So it's a good, healthy amount of Erangel, at least 3. That's what the doctor ordered. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and looking to bounce back a little bit, potentially.
I'd be interested to see what the adaptation is going to be coming out now. We've had 2 games. We're going back to Erangel. How are the teams going to adapt to that? And, you know, is there going to be difference in the drop changes? Obviously, the circle from that first map, great playing path for everybody. You all get to drop what you want, but the circle definitely didn't particularly favor them. So I'll be interested to see, you know, if we get a more central circle, if the circles continue to be fairly wacky and wild, because our first 2 maps have been pretty interesting on the circles. Obviously, we had that very eastern circle just on Miramar, and then a very northern circle to start us out on our first map of Erangel. So it's going to be interesting to see how the circles will be affecting these games. But we're going to go for ourselves to a break, and before that, it's time for some highlights from that last match that we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we take it. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Search engine, no. Fuck's sake, where was it? Mike Griffin. Okay, sight and shield settings, okay. I've got a wave 3.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East and Africa Championship Spring Split 2022. My name is DK. As you can see, of course, I'm not alone. My co-host will join me momentarily. But of course, before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And of course, we also got to give a lot of love out to Oppo as well. As you can see, Monster down below right over here. And of course, we got to give a lovely shout out to the lovely wrong side. This is this way. There's the Oppo Reno. But of course, with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, if you guys are just joining us, we've already concluded our second match of the day as well. And we're getting ready for a little bit of that action, heading straight back in towards Erangel. So already, first Erangel, first Miramar has been done and dusted. We did see a little bit of nerves, at least in my opinion, coming through in on towards Miramar, as not all the teams were really performing as we would have expected to see from them on those maps. But who knows, right? Second time round, they could be really looking to change all of that up and really stepping up, bringing in a little bit more of that dynamic performance that we've seen from them in their respective PMPLs. That, of course, being PMPL Arabia and PMPL Africa. So for today, we're going to be looking to see what will the second visit over onto Erangel bring on through. We know the players there from Nigma Galaxy, of course, picking up that winner chicken dinner, and with that 16 eliminations. So let us know what your predictions are. Do you think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a similar approach coming through as we make our way onto there once again? Honestly, personally, I'm hoping to see a little bit of a change coming through with regards to that flight path and the zone not taking so much of an aggressive shift up in towards the north, right? Ideally, we want to see a little bit more of a balanced approach, the zones going all into different directions, and the teams, being presented with the opportunity to try and cope with the dynamic changes coming through from all of the different angles they have to work with. But of course, we could also then take a quick little look to see a few of the stats and potential, just the overall rankings of where the teams are. Well, okay, so I just heard that we're not going to have time for that. We are moving straight into the match, so not wasting any time, getting right down to business. As you can see, the lovely Erangel position down below, the flight path coming in from that western side. We've got Primorsk right below the flight path. It's heading all the way across over on towards Quarry, so somewhat of a more southern flight path coming in here. The team's already starting to make their way on through. And now this is where I'm quite curious to find out, Wolf, what do you think the teams are going to be looking to bring in on the second visit over on towards Erangel?
Oh, second visit Erangel. I mean, we saw in the first visit what these teams like Nigma Galaxy could do, DK, and we expected these big dogs coming into the tournament to get those points, to get those wins, as they should. They did. But now, from the second match, what I got to see on Miramar was some upsets, and I saw what Twisted Minds are doing in their aggression. Keep in mind, also that first good game, DK, they're definitely high up in the standings and right back alongside now Nigma Galaxy, even though they had that fantastic 16 kill game in match one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, it's quite difficult to beat a 16 elim match, right? That like a 31 bomb, that's called a bomb for a reason, because it's something we don't see too often. And also, what's quite satisfying this time around is that zone, right? Wolf, it's all the way over on towards that western side, centering up beautifully on towards Gatka and Chopsticks. So this is where the teams will have another opportunity to show us what they can do when the zone takes a bit of a swing over on towards that western front.
And very comfortable once again for the side of Nigma Galaxy dropping into Gatka. Also Rico Infinity team, a team who have been slightly subdued here. Also DK coming in towards that Georgia Pole side. You can see them beginning their descent now in towards that northern eastern side of Erangel. But it's that western side. It's these teams that are coming all the way through from the farm side that is my big concern, because we've seen these rotations be a problem already for some of these teams coming into the tournament in these first two games, and being a struggle, particularly across those bridges. We've already had to note that there has been initial skirmishes being put there.
Yep, a little bit of, quite a bit of initial scrimmages being brought on through. But again, you know, this is the teams having an opportunity to get themselves a little bit better acquainted with their respective drop locations. As I don't think, you know, the teams are too uncomfortable as to where they go. As I said before, we did see a little bit of that come through on Miramar, with the teams not really performing to par, if that's even a way to phrase it. But you know, another opportunity will make its way on through as the teams get this chance now to get themselves resituated, get themselves set up for these coming few phases. And I mean, looking over on towards the Millie base, this is where things are looking relatively comfortable, at least for the Ooredoo Thunders.
Yeah, at least for the Ooredoo Thunders, they are beginning their works through. You saw in the first game, very comfortable for them. And for Ooredoo, they are a very flippy team. We've seen them back in the PMPL Arabia, where they've had one of the highest results in a Super Weekend previous in the PMPL Arabia, and they were one of few teams now to actually make it through into a grand finals using only one Super Weekend's worth of points, which is what got them into those grand finals, which is what got them here into the MEA Championship. And I want to see that more consistency come through from them, though, because that's been the real question that we've been asking. Can they be a consistent team through 24 matches? And if they can keep up the work that they had on last Erangel, great work. But they could also have those results, as we said, like a flippy team from Miramar we saw already, where they come out in 16th position. The other teams, though, that I'm really looking forward to are these African teams. Intruder Africa being one of them on our screen, and they got a tough competition too, DK, considering that they are coming up against all of these 10 different Arabian region teams who I think you could say clearly are one of the favorites out of the two regions here coming into the competition, but it doesn't mean that these teams can't come in a surprise and upset. And I'm looking forward to see that aggression that we saw, particularly even that first blood in that first game coming through from the African teams already.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about upsets, G3 Temper definitely being one of those teams that are no strangers to bringing through upsets, right? We did see that happening in the PMPL Africa on the very last match of the finals. So I'm curious to see at what point they are going to be looking to unleash a beast onto this battlefield and, you know, just looking to potentially strengthen their position with regards to the overall standings. But for the time being, it's nice and tranquil, at least on Erangel, right? The teams respecting their space, going about their business, getting themselves initialized and set up for this looting phase. But, you know, who knows? Maybe the next few rotations could bring in a little bit more of that upset play, if we could put it that way.
A quiet, though, beginning again on Erangel, and I think it's what we're going to see for the first few games, at least for the first day. Anyways, it's these teams, for the most part, being quiet. Yes, there's going to be some skirmishes as teams inevitably will rotate past each other, not really as familiar, being cross-regional play here of each other's drop spots. So there will be those beginnings of fights, but I don't think we're going to see too many players dropping. We've seen that be the trend, particularly in that first game with 15 teams surviving into the 5th zone, also into that second game, again teams surviving up into the very limits of which they cannot any longer. Team Miss beginning also at rotation up towards more towards that ruined side. I'd like to see them try take that high ground, and a high ground is something that I think has been a little bit underused so far in the tournament, and we've seen it used to great effect by those teams who have come out with the victories. I mean, potentially you look towards Nigma Galaxy back on that first Erangel game, right, where they were able to circle back, use that high ground. They sussed out the position of Falcons, but not only that, they were able to suss out the position of all those other teams rotating in. And with that information, that's why Nigma were able to make such an informed rotation into those final zones. And I want to see more teams, not just Nigma, using that coming into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we can hope to see as we progress, not only through the matches today, but as we also then progress through the remaining days still to come. As we know, right, today's only day 1, we still have 3 days after this, so there's a lot of opportunity for any strategies to get evolved and, you know, potentially upgraded or altered into a way that's more fitting for this particular confrontation. And speaking about confrontations, it is going to be Myth now getting confronted by Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma, they're going to strike down one, and Brawls will go down. Brawly going to look to be revived, though. Back up by Nigma, but they find the second straight on through into the field. So Nigma, 2 quick eliminations potentially here for them if they can confirm it. No, it will just be the one there. As Moomin finds back out Ralph, and Ralph 1-for-1 trade is, I think, the best that really Mist can hope for, considering that Nigma, they are beginning to surround him. But I like that Moomin is taking that flank side round and are trying to also do the same thing to Nigma. Find that point, that vantage point that they can use inside those houses where we can successfully peek, get Falcon out of those fields, but also be able to have that fire back onto Nigma, because that's what they're missing currently, to be able to allow Falcon to escape.
Well, we'll have to wait and see whether or not they'll be able to get that leverage point potentially brought on through. But, you know, like something that's quite interesting to note here is today and tomorrow I'm going to be saying Jake, right? So regardless of who I'm casting with, it's Jake.
Oh, yeah. It's always Jake on this broadcast.
But of course now, Jake, looking at center zone, things are starting to heat up, right? We've got Myth, we've got YaLLa, we've got the players there from G3 as well as Umbra. We've got, I mean, almost pick a name, and we could see them positioned close to center zone, but a beautiful shift coming through now, just focusing the teams even more onto each other, and we've only lost 1 player so far.
Only one for now has been dropped, but as that zone does begin to centralize around those Gattaca fields, I'm expecting a lot of these teams still not to go for the fighting. I'm expecting more of that outer reaches of that circle still to be utilized, teams to make those far rotations, and I'm thinking even for the likes of Slime4KT, who are going to be that far out, who aren't going to have that information as much as these teams like Twisted Minds and O1 currently, you're looking towards that far North George Pole Western Bridge for them to rotate through and not take these skirmishes like O1 are doing right now versus Twisted Minds. That rotation just not respecting the position that really Twisted Minds had all around them, and as a result they lose another one of their members.
Yeah, a little bit of a costly play, but let's see now. This looks absolutely insane, though. I mean, we got Twisted Minds, we've got the players there from Intruder now also just looking to intrude on towards the eastern side of the zone. We can see a lot of those trades now looking to find their way on in, but again, a healthy play coming through from Intruder as they don't seem to kind of stick to one position. They want to still continue to keep themselves active, keep on moving, and in doing so, making it quite difficult for any of the opposing teams to really get a good strong hold on towards them.
But the fact that Intruders got through that congestion between Twisted and O1, because O1 lost that player, they weren't really ready for the next team to come on through, and they let them escape. And now Intruders, they've gotten out of position versus not only here O1, but also their Twisted Mind. They can try to look for a position if they can, circling around even Nigma Galaxy and get their best position up on top of this hill, as you can see, overlooking the compound of Nigma and overlooking all of those teams that we said have to come also into the zone. So for them, as we talked about these African teams making a stand, this is about the best position that they could have had so far coming into phase 2.
Yep, definitely. And of course, they are going to be looking to just look to bring in a little bit of dominance. But now, looking at the situation we have developing on towards that southern side, it is looking pretty crazy, right? We've got CONQUEROR holding up on their front, and they are down to Groza as the players here from the Ooredoo Thunders have been able to find quite a bit of an angle on towards them. Out comes yet another nade now from Rex. Finds a little bit of damage. Oh, let's see. Will this last one be the one to close it up? Yes, Galaga getting traded off right there. And now it is looking quite worrying over on towards CONQUEROR as they don't have much hope left.
Continuing to push further forward. And I think, honestly,
but the Ooredoo
CONQUEROR,
Thunders,
they could have this here if they can try to circumvent round Ooredoo, though. Rex coming into the backside, takes down CONQUEROR.
Right back into the lobby.
Rex there coming up.
All right, so here we go. As you can see, Falcons now cooking up those nades, looking to see if they can pick it up, looking to send it on through. Oh, absolute devastation now as NASR Oh, have such a beautiful nade coming through here from Damara and Wolf. Now, this is an absolutely beautiful position. They can all that Falcons can do here is look to just capitalize on that and cause even more chaos on towards NASR.
And NASR Esports here coming up with a real show. Ragnarok looking to have that position on top as well, but they have to be careful. Already lost one. You can see the Falcons are looking for that overview, and you can see also in these replays just how it happened. Hassan was not ready for that nade coming through from Damar on the backside of that hill, and as a result, now a lot of the smokes utilized, a lot of that utility utilized where they don't want it, and considering also that you can eye out Youssef here, all the way on top of that flank side, also got an angle down on NASR. So when they begin to escape from their current hole that Damar has them pinned to, there's no escape in Hassan. Straight back down again. And it just seems like NASR are going to really struggle to get out of this position.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite a tough spot to get out of. I mean, Headshot Hill's not one of the easiest positions to be playing, but it does seem like NASR and Falcons are at least going to be trying to put in some effort to get themselves out of these positions, because they still have to make that long trek all the way back up in towards the zone. But look at that, Damar sends out a beautiful one as Hassan and Miracle now get picked on up. But now it is going to be onto Damar to get themselves repositioned and back out of that blue zone, because sitting around sipping on blue, you know, it's not the easiest thing to do.
NASR still holding on, no, looking for the fight, but no. Damar has their number. NASR will go down, but it's now all of that time that they were holding down NASR, they have now been circumvented into blue in 1,200 meters for Falcons to travel, and they're going to have to worry about that information coming later into the zone. Is also Ooredoo down in towards that quarry side of taking that more flanking part of the zone, not choosing to go towards the center. But 90th minute, they're also wanted that position towards the quarry side. But a nice knock will secure themselves at least this compound for now. But it's now where do really 90th minute continue to push further forward, DK? Because 90th minute, you can see that the position in which they are spread. You've got one down on the south side. They've now revived. One down on that eastern side. They should find a revive there also. What I would like to see 90th minute do is actually slowly pincer down the rest of Ooredoo. Because if they can slowly come together from two sides, it makes it much harder for Ooredoo to do what they were doing before, which was just taking one down one at a time.
Well, only time will tell us which way around that cookie is going to crumble, right? Because looking at this phase, looking at the zones, we can see it is still looking to be quite a bit of a challenging play to make. The North, at least, would open up a very comfortable rotation for the Falcons to get themselves resituated back into zone. But that next phase shift, just tightening up over on towards Quarry, this is where things are going to be taking a few shifts. And I'm not quite sure how satisfied these teams are going to be with having to fight it out over in towards Quarry.
Straight away, 90th minute, again, have the best position in this zone, DK. They just have to send all of their members towards that northwestern side of Quarry. That overlook to that open ground and that northern side of the zone is so powerful for 90th minute, but they need to hold that as a full man. They cannot continue this split with all of these other teams moving on around them, and if they continue to do that split, what you're going to see is going to drop from the south side first, but only going to have that one member in the strong side position, and R8T will be able then to walk further forward into that zone. They won't be stopped by those teams that should be in that position. Also, equally though, I think Ooredoo have also that strong position. Ooredoo could equally capitalize on this, right? But 90th minute, they only have one player there. They know that they are split by the information they've gathered already, so they could also do the same.
Yep, they definitely could do the same, but again, you know, they don't have all the information that we have, and I think if they did, you know, things could take a little bit more of a drastic turn, but we also now see Petrox picking up Humam there in the trade-off, as the players here from Falcon could maybe be looking to pick up one or two of the players along the way. Yusuf not even wasting time, just running over them with the vehicle. But YaLLa Esports now trying to advance themselves a little bit closer on towards that center zone, as we can see already a little bit of opposition up ahead, right? Umbra positioned close to the high ground, not quite on the edge of Quarry, but definitely looks to be a really decent setup coming in there from them. And still, Rico Infinity having to make their rotation, not finding that angle just yet. But Nigma Now, coming in on that western edge, they can they have a beautiful line of sight right onto the players from Intruder, and of course, Twisted Minds now getting hit by Rico Infinity, as Rico is looking to bring in a little bit of a gatekeep on that western edge zone.
And this is the power of that western, that northern side of the zone. You can see just how open it is. You can see how easy it is for teams to pick each other. And that's why the strength there is from Corey to stop those teams from advancing further than those flat areas which are currently settled in. The other really strong position here coming out is actually from YaLLa. You can see they've got this sort of edge in between the roads. If they can center up powerful, and as you can see when taking these knocks, taking these eliminations, Ragnar, but fine, Sanhok, but RAT, or Rico Infinity Esports, should I say, take the next. Now, is can they hold that position? Because as you say, Powerful's in on the other side of that road. They need to bring the other three over. For now, it's going to be fine. They need to try hold off all of these teams like they're doing. Is Falcons going to be the next one to fall? Never Alone should be afterwards. Powerful finds the next elimination there. Falcons to drop. And only now, YaLLa, with all of these knocks, with all of these eliminations taken through, can they now move further forward? And they've got the space to do so, which is what they were looking for.
Yeah, they definitely do have the space, but Never Alone now is entirely alone, looking to fend for themselves. But this is such a difficult position, as we can see. YaLLa, they've got such a stronghold, at least with regards to the compounds and the angles. Not quite sure how Never Alone is going to be able to get out of that position, but we do see a few more trades coming through that zone. Also taking a little bit of a shift, and Never Alone getting lit on fire. The tension's now starting to build as the pressure gets more and more. But now, quick reposition. Again, even more nades, and with that, it is going to be Ragnar to close it up, sending the Falcons right back into the lobby. 13 teams still remains. We've only said bye to 3 teams. That is NASR, Falcons, and Conquerors. But of course, Virtual Gaming now having a bit of a scope in on towards the side here of G3. And also a very cautious approach coming through now from G3. Not looking to overextend themselves.
Petrox's position onto G3 Temper, though, is phenomenal to get in now. I don't know how he managed it, but to allow that through from Six God is almost criminal, because now what Petrox is going to do is he's providing this pressure onto G3 Temper, gets the knock onto 1, and that's going to now allow the rest here of Virtual Gaming to come further in onto the fight, and then be able to now join up onto Petrox and create that barrier for G3. Nigma also jumping in for the fight. Two is Miss Nigma exploding out between each other, but Miss the one who come up on top.
Well, that was absolutely insane, though. Well done to Myth for holding strong against Nigma, pushing in. Of course, C-Mind also now sneaking in a quick hit, as we can see there, on it towards Zeus. So Virtual really having to try and reposition themselves, but up comes Intruder, also now looking to push into a little bit more of a centered position. But look at this, it is going to be absolute chaos, as the players there from Twisted Mind also now find themselves situated back up in towards the lobby. I mean, the Ooredoo Thunders still having to kind of make their way on up. We see Slime4KT right here alongside them. I'm not quite sure whether or not Al-Hajj will be able to get a quick rotation out with that vehicle boat.
Al-Hajj stuck in no man's land here. Ooredoo Thunders, Smoker also in the same problem. They have to make it into the zone, but they might have overstayed in onto the edge. Just here, all the teams rotating on the backside of the zone. Slime4KT right on top of movement and Miss. They might have taken down Nigma Galaxy, but Slime4KT are here from Africa, baby. It is Africa action. The 4KT come out on top.
Oh, that was beautiful to see. Big shout out going out there to Slime4KT. Pretty sure their supporters should be quite happy, but of course now we can see the players there from Umbra getting contested, as the Ooredoo Thunders also now come rolling on in. We got QHT and Rex, the last 2 remaining hopefuls now for Ooredoo Thunders. And Umbra looking pretty good here, really comfortable. They still have strong numbers, looking to hold their own, but will they be able now to contest against the Ooredoo Thunders? Also, the players from 90th minute on the opposite end finding themselves right up alongside YaLLa Esports. So a little bit of a fight coming in for possession of that southern edge. And well, 90th minute, they've run out of time, as they now get sent back into the lobby.
It is still a really hard position here for Ooredoo. Both also Umbra equally outside of this blue zone. They need to make this aggression now for Ooredoo, because if not, that zone is going to come behind them, and it's exactly what Umbra want. As Umbra, they are going to send their initial scout maybe into that zone. There is some space for them, but you can see the moment they leave the compound 01, they're there to shut them down, and Umbra, they realize that maybe now they have to double back now onto Ooredoo with that knock on into the kill feed. You can tell that Ooredoo are making their further confrontation. R8 also Rico moving up onto 01 themselves.
I mean, this is really starting to heat. Obviously, you can see G3 in the background getting shot at there by Slime. And of course now, Ooredoo Thunders just trying to creep their way on through, trying to get themselves a little bit closer into that position. But of course, look at the smoke, and now getting rushed as PRZ pierced through the window. And with that, pierces them right back into the lobby. Of course, Rico Infinity also now letting loose. We can see those utility hits coming through in the feed. But Umbra yet to make their rotation coming up from that southern side. And also the players here from YaLLa, not 100% situated within the zone. But hoping is going to be hoping to find a few beautiful angles now as Rico Infinity come rotating up into the zone.
So Rico have been there. They're trying to stop YaLLa from making that 4-man cross over the road. They were trying to do it from a long distance, but as they tried to take out that singular member from 01, YaLLa began rotating 2 to 3 members across that roadside. And as a result, they were able now to send all 4 of those members past that choke point. And YaLLa have realistically the control over this next zone and possibly the control over this entire game, because they just look so strong, even with that little bit of a dip from that ridge that they've got to protect them from all the other line of sight of these teams.
Oh, Buden getting hit right up in the coconut there. Of course, 6God now also looking for some change, and with that gets sent right back into the lobby. C-Mind is going to be the last remaining hopeful for G3. We did see G3 and Slime 4KT also duking it out on the edge of zone, with Slime making their way back into the lobby. But of course, it is down to Rico Infinity, Umbra, YaLLa, and G3. So quite a bit of an improvement coming through for G3, at least with regards to where they finished with the placement points. But now it's not locked in just yet. You can see Umbra also just up ahead. SK-Ton looking for a bit of an angle here in that zone, taking beautiful shifts, heading further and further up north, favoring the players there from YaLLa. So quite a bit of work now have to put in. Wow, that makes no sense. But having to be put in, rather. There we go, better English. By the players here from Rico Infinity, as well as the team coming through from Umbra.
YaLLa, the control onto that face 7 is gifted him with this game, and his G3 temper go down into our final 3 teams. Rico Infinity Esports, now also Umbra, they've got to fight it out for this south side. Umbra trying to rotate through, but is this backside member of Rico Infinity who are stopping him on his rotation, while the other 3 begin to move for that next position inside of that zone as it does begin to close on in. Bandavo, that back member, has been taken out. Some space now for Umbra to move forward.
Yeah, beautiful bit of an opening coming through. And of course now Morteza just doing the due diligence, making sure that they have a relatively safe passage to get themselves back into that zone. Prestige now also getting traded off as Morteza spots out yet another player. ID7, as we can see, also just up ahead. But here we go. Morteza creeping a little bit further and further forward. We do have Prestige also going in for a little bit of a quick assistance there, or rather SK-Ton bringing in the assistance. But with that, the zone comes through, and now it is going to be the last remaining hopeful here for Rico Infinity, looking to hold strong while that blue zone forces them to move further and further forward. But YaLLa sitting quite comfortably up into that northern position, completely uncontested, at least for the time being. But once this engagement gets dealt with and Rico Infinity, all the players there from Umbra get themselves back into zone, this is where it's going to be absolute hell. As you can see, Wasted also taking a few hits.
Quite a desperate move from Rico as it just gets sniped from the brush by Umbra. Each of them now on the edge of the zone. Ida the only one remaining, but you can see the nades coming through, and that will be the final one that they need. Rico and Infinity Esports taken out by Morteza. They get all of the eliminations that they look for. And now Umbra, though they have given their position away, YaLLa are here to clean them up. They're here to finish the game for themselves. Powerful, and the rest of the crew closing on in.
Oh, but look at this already. Umbra sitting on 11 eliminations. Now down to 2 they go. Wasted Morteza, no strangers to finding themselves down to these last few numbers. But YaLLa looking quite comfortable, sitting on those 10 eliminations, holding on to 3 players. And now it's a little bit of a waiting game as the zone has shifted up favorably once again in favor of YaLLa. And all they can do now is sit and wait for Umbra to try and potentially contest them for the angles in towards the zone. But looking at Umbra's approach, they're not going to be settling for taking a bit of a run out in the open, right? They're going to try and make this as difficult as possible for YaLLa to defend their position in that zone.
Yeah, they're still here though, beginning to push their way in. Bomber going in, but the final one as the zone closes in on Umbra.
Oh, Wasted now left to try and hold on. Up comes the rush, and unfortunately, it is going to be end of the road for Umbra as YaLLa pick up a beautiful performance. They're taking that winner chicken dinner. Very satisfying play coming in there from them. But of course, also got to commend the players there from Umbra. Still very much holding their own in this lobby. So great to see the teams restarting to come into their own as they make their ways through these games and for today.
Yeah, I mean, talking about YaLLa, they were struggling in between those first couple of games to get now those points on board, the confidence that we're looking for. Yes, you could argue it was through a fantastic zone shift, phase 6, phase 7, all went towards them from that south side in towards their own compound. But you could also argue they did an excellent job of stopping teams like Falcons. Rico Infinity team were not able to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many challenging positions that we saw being played in this match, right? I can't really fault any teams for the decisions that they've made moving through into these later few phases. I mean, it's great to see the teams really being put through the paces here. And of course, as we look onto our match rankings, we see both YaLLa and Umbra finishing on 12 eliminations apiece. Of course, Rico Infinity coming in with their 11 eliminations there and some really well-deserved points, at least for the top 3 teams there, as we can see, 27, 24, 21. Also, G3 Timber picking up 11 and Slime picking up 10. So good to see those double digits coming through for 2 more teams coming in from the Africa region.
For sure. I mean, definitely these African teams, they're beginning to show up. We're beginning to see the life from them. I think particularly here from Umbra is one of the most impressive of me. I mean, yes, you expect these teams of this caliber to also be able to go up against the Arabian teams, but to see not only that, but to see them also take down squads like Nigma Galaxy, NASR, CONQUEROR, Iraq particularly, also who had a great performance in their own finals, coming into here, struggling once more. It is interesting to see the change in which these teams are trying to find their footing once more.
I mean, it's always so interesting to see the supporters, right, from the respective regions. They come and say, our region is the best because our teams perform, you know, such and whatever the case is. But now we get to see these teams actually meet each other on the battlefield. And I mean, we were talking about this off camera as well, you know, in which you said the teams coming through from the Arabic side, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, right? And I just kept quiet. I just let the Africa team speak for themselves, right? And they've done exactly that. They are starting to show and become a little bit more comfortable with their performances here. And I believe they are really going to make it difficult for these Arabian teams to get a lot of domination coming into these matches.
Look, I believe the Arabian teams are going to come in here and smash Africa like they've done. I've seen the previous history last year. You know what I'm talking about, DK, in those international events. But Africa, as a region, I think we can say has stepped up a lot. And to go toe-to-toe with one of the best regions that we've got in PUBG Mobile, it speaks a lot to what was an underdog series of teams coming into this competition.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta love to see that, and you know that's what makes me so proud to be from the Africa region myself. You know, it's good to see the teams really evolving and continuing to push the envelope, constantly improving themselves. Who knows? You know, maybe we could see Africa teams making it into you know, later stages, but only time will tell whether or not the teams will be able to get those pushes in. But definitely a lot of excitement here, as I cannot wait to see what all the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield, at least in this first day of gameplay.
Still, to be fair, we've still got another 3 games here, DK, for these squads to go for. But you at home can earn those points as well in terms of those prizes. PMPL 2022 Special Crate is on sale. Get it in-game after May the 25th. All the championship players are wearing their own set as well. Oh, boys, that looks like a darn good set. You know, I have blue in my logo here. I'm just got to say I'm pretty biased towards a darn good looking set that is in that blue color itself.
I need to get in game. I want one of those sets, right? I need to, I just need to figure out how I'm gonna get one, because I mean that set looks pretty spicy, right? Yeah, I think I need one. So I don't know about the viewers, but I definitely need to get one. So I cannot wait to get a little bit more of that action coming through.
Oh, but as we check out those Oppo moments, we're going to go through to a break and check you guys out with all the best from that third game, where, of course, YaLLa did take their victory. We'll see you guys for game number 4. Welcome back, everyone, for game number 4 to be coming up. My name is Highland Wolf, and also DK here alongside me. But DK, we've had half the games already for day number 1 here at the PMPL MEA Championship, and it's been an interesting day, to be said. 3 different victors so far with the chicken dinners, and 3 very different results.
Yeah, but I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that trend happening across the board, right? Because we saw especially, English, over in the PMPL Africa side, that it was a very contested kind of finals, right? Now, it's great to see those teams moving in here, meeting on the battlefield with the players coming through from the Arabic side. And so far, it is seeming to be quite balanced, right? The teams really challenging each other, not making it so comfortable or so easy for any particular team to bring in a very dominating performance.
Still, those who check out his overall standings, DK, just see where these teams are currently lined up, and it will be here Team Umbra in on top of that first place position, beginning to lead for themselves, but it's only 9 points, and below that is a very close call for second.
Yeah, I mean, second, third, that is looking pretty spicy. But of course, you know, I'd like to see a little bit more of the African teams making their way on towards the side of the leaderboard, as well as we only have Team Umbra holding on to that pole position. But, you know, like, what's wrong with pole position? You know, no winner chicken dinners to their name. 54 points on board. Yeah, now we got to see the rest of the teams from the Africa region also step it up. And we are, of course, getting ready to move into a little bit of that Sanhok action. So I have some pretty high expectations.
Still, I think there's that big gap, though, between 4th and 5th. Rico Infinity Esports down only 25 points. You're beginning to see that stretch of these teams likely becoming that top series of squads, but there's still room. There's still time for these teams all to get their share up on top of that leaderboard. Falcons bring up the 8th out of those top 8 teams. And let's check out their second page, though. All the rest of these squads still to make it in. Unfortunately, CONQUEROR down in that 16th position, a long way up towards making it to that top.
Yeah, I mean, the point distribution between 5th place and 11th place, there's not a lot of disparity coming in on that front, right? Only 9-point difference, with Slime sitting right there on the edge on 14. But there could still be a potential play coming through from Virtual and Intruder, as we've seen a kind of similar approach coming through from them over in the Super Weekends, where, you know, they were playing and then at some point they just kind of broke the mold, just stepped up and went absolutely insane. Of course, now, speaking about going insane, we're heading straight into the jungle this time around to see what the teams are going to be bringing in on towards the battlefield.
In the mighty jungle, they all be wearing blue. Make sure you can get in onto your game, get your own rewards, of course, getting that blue swagger coming down into the jungle itself. And speaking about that jungle, it's going to be a real hectic time I'm expecting between all of these squads. Of course, these teams beginning to make it up, but that first zone already shifting towards the islands. I'm again looking towards these squads like 90th minute, like also Intruders, who are Warriors teams who drop towards that western side and having that comfortability here for their first Sanhok match.
Yeah, but we already see a little bit of action unfolding up in towards Cal between the players there from Virtual Gaming and Myth, and also down in towards By None, where we've got the players from Twisted Mind and Intruder dropping right there alongside them. And I mean, this time around, Sanhok is a lot more congested, right? You see a lot more of these positions being contested, and even looking over in towards the location up in towards the boot camp itself. We do see YaLLa Esports now getting pushed on there by the players coming through from Slime 4K18. It's a beautiful change-up coming through from Slime, because we know historically they like to drop up in towards Hatin. So they're definitely trying something different here, as we can see them already looking to contest the players there up in towards that bootcamp position.
Oh, the virtual game in this already up in towards the northern end of Sanhok. I was curious if we would get this through from teams, and I was expecting it from some of those teams between Arabia and also Africa to clash here. But instead, it's two African teams here taking each other out, DK, in towards this cow side. And it don't look so great for here, the side of virtual game. Already losing shot, miss up one elimination so far. And the other contention here, YaLLa being booted out of boot camp here for what seems like the first game in a long while for YaLLa. They've always been down in boot camp.
Yeah, you know, but it's good to see that age-old engagement coming through from Virtual Gaming and Miss up in towards Cal. But, I mean, again, I've talked about the change-up coming through there from the players of Slime 4KT, but it does seem like they've actually been able to push the players from YaLLa out of that position, and instead now YaLLa looking to rotate up on towards that northwestern island, where they could be running into a few teams, but as we can see, Northwest looking pretty comfortable. Meanwhile, it is going to be Myth and Virtual Gaming still looking to fight for controlling position up in towards Cow. They've got 2 minutes or so left on the clock before they need to start thinking about getting themselves resituated back in towards this next zone.
Plenty of time here for Miss with that first elimination to begin to push up. They've already pushed Virtual Gaming back further from the compound. You can see one of their members has already begun to escape, but now the rest of the two still pinned inside. And Cow, I don't think your teammates are going to let them escape from it. Also from the kill feed, 0-1 taking Yamaz there for one elimination for themselves as they fight down towards that ruined side. And also engagement is happening already inside of that zone.
Well, let's see what is going to be happening here. A very cautious approach coming through from Virtual. You can see Zeus now just waiting up in the window. Petrox also looking to see if they can maybe find a bit of a lineup here. But a lot of caution now being brought in, right? These teams, they don't want to get themselves overexposed unnecessarily. So they're taking a little bit more calculated. But I'm liking that rotation coming through from Alpha Luigi, right? Moving on towards that far northern side, potentially looking to sneak in right behind Myth. And once that strategy is pulled off, it could be quite devastating down onto Myth.
Though I think that Alpha Luigi, more so than really a position that they're looking to try take a sneak attack from, is more a position for information. They're trying to get the rest of these two members out, and they're using Alpha Luigi here, DK, to get that information on where the position of teammates are, so that they can go out and use that cover of the building that we have as successfully as possible for them. As YaLLa, who have moved away from their old boot camp, already now engaging here with G3, who thought they might be safe, but YaLLa, they strike once more, but it's YaLLa who are down one almost here as Boomper going to be knocked down, not eliminated though yet. Is G3 still to take the elimination?
Yeah, I want to see Boompa with the UMP, because then it will be a Boompa Oompa, right? So, but of course, Boompa will have to make it out of this one alive in one piece as Flacco steps up to close it out. So we won't be seeing that happening, at least right now, on the remainder of Sanhok. But loving the aggression being brought in by YaLLa, and G3 now really having to try and defend that position. But again, you can see C-Mind just patiently waiting, powerful, trying and testing out their options, looking to see what potential angle they could look to bring through here. But of course, we got to hope in on the back end. They bring in some beautiful Overwatch angles. And Butte and C-Mind Flacco, they just looking to hold their own and kind of figure out from where exactly YaLLa's going to be looking to apply that pressure.
Powerful going down though again. G3, they're slapping the floor here with YaLLa as the next one gets knocked. Powerful also going to fall in. For YaLLa, this is a problem, these extended fights. Keep in mind, YaLLa have just spent the start of the game swimming across that river to fight now G3. So for YaLLa to take this fight, it was not only surprising for him to begin that fight in the start of it, but now to try having to take a longer fight is just not feasible. And now you can see why, as a result, YaLLa, they're trying to escape, but they're going to lose their third member. Is Bandar now, or Ragnar, should I say, the only one alive, but they're still not escaping the line of sight from G3.
Yeah, definitely not escaping that one just yet. G3 looking pretty comfortable right here. Moving up now with 3 players. We can see C-Mind, Buden going out to explore a little bit. They've spotted Ragnar, of course. We do see a little bit of that shoddy action coming through as well. Ragnar now cooking up the nade. Out comes G3, the jump shots. The rush come in, and with that, it is going to be the end of the road as Ragnar gets eliminated and YaLLa make their way back into the lobby. Already 7 minutes in, and only now we saw the first team falling. And of course, speaking about teams, it is going to be the players here from Slime4KT going toe-to-toe with Team Umbra right there on the very edge of the bootcamp hill.
I mean, Bootcamp Hill, realistically, Slime4KT control this one. Umbra, they can't really aggress onto that, and as you can see, they are just going to try circumvent Bootcamp Hill, and instead maybe go towards that L compound across the riverside. But to go back towards YaLLa should have never taken that fight, I think, DK. I mean, you could see by the end of G3, the difference in items that they had in their inventory, the amount that they had to regress with G3, even if YaLLa were able to find 1 or 2 knocks, the amount of equipment that they would have had, unless YaLLa are able to eliminate, get on top of one of those dead bodies of G3, then there's no way that they can be able to take one of those kills. And that was actually stolen, speaking of YaLLa, by Umbra, one of those eliminations. And that's how Umbra pick up one of their points onto the field all the way across from that riverside.
Yeah, and speaking about rivers, of course, there's still quite a few teams having to cross a few of those rivers to get themselves situated up into a zone. Several teams still hanging about out in the blue zone. We've got the players there from CONQUEROR, we've got Falcons, we've got the players from Virtual Gaming, all looking to push on through. Meanwhile, it is going to be Umbra, Shadowwind still just looking to apply a little bit of pressure on towards Slime 4KT. But again, Storm, Pronto, Aimer, just playing on that edge. Plaza also moving up with them. And a very cautious but calculated play coming through here from Slime 4KT. I'm loving the way that they are just holding on to these ridge lines and not over-peaking it, not making it too easy for Umbra to find a clear line of sight right on towards them.
It's all about setup, right? As that second phase comes through, Umbra, they don't really want to be in a fight. They can understand that that zone could shift hard towards that western side. As it does shift in, a few of these teams, you can see CONQUEROR, Virtual, Rico, Infinity Esports still even in a fight versus their Cow versus Myths, and they take 1, 2 quick knocks. Now, that's going to help them as that zone does shift over towards that western side, because they are going to be engulfed in it. And not only that, but they've got an even longer distance now to travel. There's not going to be anyone in their way, but if they don't finish off these players quick enough or disengage the fight quick enough, Rico Infinity Esports, we're going to be lacking a lot of that information and health, quite frankly, going into that next zone.
Yeah, and sitting out here sipping on blue juice, that is not the most ideal position you want to be in. Essentially, you want to get yourself much closer to the zone instead of having to start that hill strat really early on. But now, of course, it is going to be Farok just holding on for the side here of Myth. So can't really fault Farok on that current decision being made there. But Rico Infinity, they now need to focus their efforts on getting themselves back up into a zone. Speaking about getting themselves back in zone, it is going to be the players here from NASR now just flying on through, pulling up alongside the players here from Slime 4KT. And, I mean, Plaza will be the first line of defense potentially. But, of course, Pronto also now cooking up those nades, sending him through as we see Storm actually picking up that first trade.
And the behind shots from Storm here. Plaza also doubling up versus NASR, and they had no idea that they were about to be backstabbed here by Slime 4KT. An immediate disengage by NASR, knowing the Miracle, also the last one just to make sure the rest can get away, is there they go, fleeing in Slime 4KT. Keep a hold of the hill. More importantly, is Umbra, but still in the vicinity, gearing out those shots.
Let's see now, will Miracle make any miracles happen right here? Of course, Plaza just patiently waiting on the opposite end of the rock. Pronto holding a steady angle as we can see a few more eliminations coming on through. But it doesn't seem, like NASR is going to waste any opportunity as a beautiful nade makes its way on up. Plaza gets taken right on down. And now we can see a little bit of a scurrying there as Plaza gets confirmed. And this could now be that opening for NASR to get themselves a little bit more of those eliminations. We also have Umbra not too far away. Morteza starting to pull up the side of the hill, getting drawn in by the engagements. So Slime, they need to act relatively quickly. Otherwise, they could find themselves in a very uncomfortable position very, very quickly.
Morteza is trying to do the same thing that Slime 4KT just did to NASR. Come in behind, get the assassination shots down. Slime 4KT, though, it's all up to Aimer to try to spot that from behind, but you can see the problem is they're not looking behind. They're all looking in these different directions towards NASR. Of course, why would they, though? Why would they look behind here, DK? Of Umbra, who they thought would be taken apart earlier on. And to speak unfortunately about taking apart, a horrible game here for Virtual Game, who are now down to a solo member after losing one to CONQUEROR there.
Yeah, some great shots coming in there from Kalaga. But of course, now speaking about a tough play, as we can see, this eastern edge of zone is going to be absolutely crazy. As we got the Falcons still to make their way up in towards zone. Up north, though, we still have Myth and the players there from Conquerors with a little bit of a delayed rotation, not pushing up too actively in towards the zone just yet. Of course, Rico taking a little bit more of that more northern approach does provide them an opportunity where they can breathe, at least for the time being. But this eastern side still looking pretty crazy. And of course, a slow but steady push over on towards that northwestern island. And this is where the teams are now going to have to put in a lot of work, especially working through this trifecta region.
Particularly here, I think 0-1, they've got a lot in their hands to be able to control this mountainside. It's obviously come into its third phase. Also, you could argue in 90th minute, they again need to make these rotations up towards together because they now have Otis and that bridge from the southwest island. As the rest of these teams can see through towards boot camp, the last remnants of now Slime 4 KT and also here NASR being engulfed, unfortunately, as Falcons, the fourth party. Just another upset in the face of NASR is they just weren't able to control their back end of themselves, considering that they had to send all of those forces in on towards Slime 4 KT.
Oh, up comes Falcons doing their due diligence, of course, now just ensuring that this compound is beautifully cleared out, as we can see Batika just patiently waiting, playing a serious case of a hide and seek, and so far not being discovered just yet, but that could change any moment now. Oh, a little bit of a pre-fire. Yusuf now getting drawn into the fight, and down they go. Batika picks up one. Down, ooh, down goes Batika as Omar sneaks in a cheeky hit through the window. Beautifully played, and NASR being our second team, making their way back up in towards the lobby. But from this point onwards, it is just going to get tougher and tougher to get yourself situated in a good position, as the players there from Falcons will find out very soon, as Slime 4KT already starts to rain down a little bit of terror on towards them.
And as much as these fights are happening in the blue, you've got to think that inside of this third phase zone, we talked about those teams already on that Northwest Island, like 0-1 having that massive mountainside spot for themselves is great news, because these teams like CONQUEROR, like Falcons, as much as they're getting the kills now, they're not going to have the information, DK, of these teams later on in the match. You can see the distance there, 1,100 meters by CONQUEROR before they even get into phase number 3. And that is going to be a concern later down the line. Is back towards those inside the zone. Nigma and Twisted Minds, another one of these two teams facing the problem, as we said, of 90th minute on the other end of this bridge. Also, their Twisted Minds further up a field towards their faces. Nigma beginning to slowly push further forward. But again, the problem is they come out of this ridgeline from the ruins. Twisted Minds, an excellent spot where you can see all three of them taking that angle to make sure that they cannot flank and they cannot go straight in onto that bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call, but I mean, looking at the players here from Nigma Galaxy, I have no doubt in their capabilities of potentially being successful in pulling off a play like that. But of course, as we can see, several more engagements now starting to erupt across the board. Of course, the players there from 90th minute also now trying to move a little bit further down south, as the zone is getting ready to take a bit of a change once again. And it does center up even closer on towards that southern bridge now. And this is a great opportunity, a great angle for the players there from Twisted Mind to get themselves now repositioned and relocated back into zone. 90th minute, and the players there from YaLLa Esports, of course, also going to be fighting it out. But Umbra going to be stepping up to the plate alongside the players here from Intruder Africa.
And Intruder Africa here, Umbra just completely take down the rest of Intruders themselves, and will now intrude their way on into that fourth zone as it shifts back towards that main mountainside once more. 4KT still trying to surface here from boot camp. They have been in there for a while, but have more equipment, but not the eyes. And G3 Temper will just take another Boyden. Takes the second of 4KT away, and I fear that this may just be a repeat here of G3 controlling the entrance in.
Yeah, they definitely look to be in a position where they could do exactly that. And of course, Rico Infinity Conqueror going toe-to-toe as well. But Flacco just going to be patiently waiting, looking to see whether or not Aimer or Storm are going to be daring to advance themselves back in towards this phase. But an interesting play coming through from Umbra as well. As we can see, Shadowin also just looking a little bit closer there. Up comes Flacco now, just waiting for any potential angles to align. As you can see, Aimer making quick dash, trying to get themselves right up on the edge of that vehicle. Meanwhile, the players there from 0-1, as we did see, just hammering away with onto 90th minute as they made their way back into lobby. Beautiful show of aggression coming through here from 0-1 Esports.
0-1, able to finish them off, but again, we need to keep on moving. That zone, phase 4 into phase 5 already is beginning to close its way through. Temper also here, keeping an eye through onto Aimer. 4KT still not figured a way across this roadside. You can see the smoke road is beginning to be formed. Nade on through, but it doesn't find anything. And without that nade finding that extra knock, there's no way that still 4KT can get across here in Temper. They know all too well that that is the case. However, I also like the fact that G3, they are moving up on this mountainside and are beginning to understand this. As they begin to move later in on the zone, they may have left it too late, yes, but at least they're doing it now to avoid these teams behind them also doing the same thing that they're doing to Slime 4KT.
I mean, this is quite a bit of an uphill battle. Of course, we can see a little bit of that congestion coming in on towards this bridge as the players here from Nigma Galaxy are facing off against Twisted Minds. Kaito fighting all the way from out in the blue, the last remaining hopeful now for the team. Pretty sure we're not going to see that res come through, but look at this Lord keeping a very watchful eye on the top edge of that bridge. Spots out Kaito, down they go, and with that, Twisted Minds gets sent right back into the lobby. 8 teams now remain. But of course, Nigma having quite a bit of ground to cover. Not too far to get up into zone, but still a lot can happen in that quick little push coming through from them. Also, Slime 4KT now getting devoured by that lovely blue zone monster. And 0-1 Esports having a good controlling angle up on towards these compounds.
It's so interesting to me, though, that 0-1, they left their position that they initially had on that mountainside, and now they've actually given it over to Ooredoo. So Ooredoo's still in control of that mountain, but instead 0-1 opting to maybe not want to be the center of attention, but we still have that potential engagement versus Rico Infinity Esports, who also equally need to make it across this roadside. And this is something that there I would love to see 0-1 capitalize on. Is Umbra, they also capitalize again on Ooredoo being that center point and taking another elimination.
Yeah, but Ooredoo just holding on to this high ground, and this could actually be working out super favorably for them. As we can see, Rex, QHT just holding on to the positions here, just exploring the options they have available to them. But of course, Nigma still to rotate on through. Umbra keeping a very watchful eye on them, looking to see if they can find any cheeky angles on the players there from Nigma. But of course, Morteza right there out in the open picks up Rauf in the trade-off.
And that trade-off is going to have to be fast, though, because as you can see, phase 6 is gone practically away from everyone but 0-1. Now, 0-1, they may have got lucky with this zone coming towards them away from the mountainside, but now, how can they hold it? Because as previous events have shown, 0-1 have struggled to be able to hold these compounds, being able to struggle to find these games into a win. They may be able to do it now. They've got practically the best position out of anyone. The only real cause for concern is that of Rico Infinity Esports, but at least for them, they are more focused here on Ooredoo, who, as we said, are the free pickings up and towards their high hills.
Well, now we look to see what is going to be happening as that zone holding on to that southern side. The players there from Ooredoo definitely having to rotate on through as Rex now also gets hammered on. And with that, it is down to Alhaje to be the last hopeful for the team, of course. Meanwhile, Umbra looking absolutely phenomenal, rocking a full squad. As we can see, BRZ now hammering down on towards Rauf. And it is Lord, the last remaining hopeful now for Nigma Galaxy to try and make a bit of a play. Obviously, I do suspect that we are going to be seeing that heal strat being applied by Lord. But of course, PRZ, meanwhile, will be looking to pick up that final trade onto the side of the Ooredoo Thunders. Meanwhile, also, it is going to be 0-1 and Rico Infinity going toe-to-toe over on towards the western side as the zone makes yet another difficult shift for these teams.
They may have got the zone, but they are lacking the player count compared to Rico Infinity Esports. Another nade on into the entrance to Mom. Will dodge the next one out. You can see hiding outside of the building, crawling on the other end of it. As there goes the sole man down for 0-1. Brilliant work even for Yamaz, even though they get knocked down, to be able to give that extra information over to Mom. And as a result, even draw the lines of R8 to move further out to get that elimination. They do get one knock, but it's at the cost of course, unfortunately, the rest here of 0-1's life, as they will fall down to 5th position. Falcons, Nigma Galaxy, also still alive down in the blue and the far reaches of here Sanhok, looking for that all-important extra placement points.
Yeah, I think this one is pretty much locked in for Umbra. I mean, look at this. 4 players left. Going up against 2 players coming through from Rico Infinity. Falcons just losing their last hopeful. And now you can see Shadowin trying to explore the region here, just moving up with the vehicle. Up comes Morteza with a beautifully placed molly. And this is now where SK-Ton needs to face the fire, but the shots are going to be finding their way on in. With that, it is a beautiful hit coming in. And now Prestige will be the last remaining hopeful for Rico Infinity. And of course, we do still see Lord from Nigma holding on to that far southern position, just still playing that blue zone. And I think with that, it is pretty safe to say that Umbra have pretty much secured themselves a really strong finish coming into this match.
It was beautiful in the way that Umbra have chosen to win this match. They've collapsed on these 2 different sides. They had the hindsight as well to weaken down Ooredoo before that, so they didn't have to worry about a behind team coming to backstab them out of the final moments of this game. And then once they had that free moment just to come down the hill slowly, utilizing these positions of the trees, the position of the rocks so long, the patience to allow the other teams to step further out and to make that mistake versus Umbra, and knowing that they didn't have to rush that zone because it was more towards their side of the map.
And with that, it's now down to our final 2 teams, right? Prestige now just trying to overpower the blue zone, but essentially you cannot keep up. Blue zone will, at the end of the day, win. And speaking about winning, it is Team Umbra picking up that winner chicken dinner right here on Sanhok.
Still, though, Umbra, a phenomenal show. As much as those final zones did look to be in their favor, you cannot take away what a fantastic job they did as well, coming in onto the end of that match. And DK, that also puts them further in the standings too, considering that they were already on top. It's a phenomenal day for the Umbra squad and for Umbra fans alike.
Yeah, definitely a really great day coming through there for Umbra, especially moving up in towards Sanhok. And as we know, right, so coming into the match, they were already sitting at the top of the log. So I'm curious to see how much these points will then affect that. And I mean, I'm liking the kind of bar, right, that Umbra is setting here, right? They're making it a bit of a challenge for any of the opposing teams to try and actually catch up to their current position.
And as we take a look at those match rankings to see just how far Umbra were able to get through, another 26 points and 18 points there for Rico Infinity Esports as well. Considering though now that as much as it was a difficult game for some of these squads, the fact that the survivability from the veteranship of Nigma and Falcons to note that they could survive, to note that they can get those 4th and 3rd positions and placement points respectively, are crucial and vital in a game like this where it's only 24 matches, and to get these extra points through on Sanhok where you can get them is all the difference in these standings later on.
Yeah, I mean, you got to grab any opportunity you get, right? Any chance you have to pick up points, you gotta bring it all. You got to try and push as hard as you possibly can. And definitely we see a bit of a consistent performance coming through from the teams finishing in the top 5 in the past matches that we've had so far. And of course, moving on to the second page, it does look a little bit better. I mean, Twisted Minds, Conqueror, Iraq, coming in with 4 points each, 3 eliminations apiece. And of course, Myth also picking up their 3 eliminations. And this time around, we only have one team not picking up any points whatsoever, and that is going to be YaLLa.
Still, YaLLa it was just an unfortunate showing. I think a big mistake from YaLLa. The reason why they didn't pick up any points in that game was because they weren't willing to maybe take that fight versus Slime for KT, and instead they went straight into the fight of the other African team members, and as a result, get knocked down with no equipment, no way to defend themselves coming into another compound. But I would like to see YaLLa maybe improve on the mistakes, and it's also interesting on the other hand to see YaLLa finally contested, right? Considering that for the last 7-8 months, YaLLa boot camp has been a strong spot. So to see it change already in the first day here at the competition is a bit concerning for YaLLa, considering they struggled this time around. Is we do though look towards that extra little bit of hope for yourself. So at home is those crates, DK, those crates.
Oh yes, the ever lovely crates, of course, coming through. As we can see, we do have the free permanent crates coming in, so be sure to head on over. You can hit once we hit that 50,000 milestone, and that means the concurrent viewers during the PMPL MEA Championship, you will be then rewarded with some free permanent rewards. Obviously, you can go to the Esports Center to get a free reward one day after the tournament ends. So be sure to get yourself in on some of that lovely PUBG Mobile Pro League goodies we have coming in once again.
I'm dying. It's okay. I just had to cough there. It was a little bit of tickle on my throat. I felt it. I got too excited for the rewards, okay? But make sure you go, of course, in when you hit those 50,000 into the Esports Center and get yourself those own rewards. But DK, as well, to be fair, it looks like we're starting to see overall in these matches some high contenders. That being really Umbra, yes, but I think also to the extent that Nigma Galaxy, who have been holding on there alongside Falcons, who were also coming up just behind those teams on the top four, also looking strong in towards these final two matches.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, nothing is decided yet, right? We do see the teams really starting to challenge each other, really trying out those strats. And so far, we see teams really succeeding in that, and other teams still are having to find that kind of play that really just clicks in for them. But I gotta say, I mean, very satisfying performances coming through from the teams. Of course, all we can do is always ask for more, ask for even more improvement on that. But I'm pretty sure we'll be getting that as we progress, not only through today, but also the remainder of this weekend.
Still, though, 2 more matches to go. And I think, honestly, coming now back on to Erangel, my big eye, though, is set realistically on some of these teams down on that leaderboard from, I think, really the African region, who has been performing, I think, the best, TK, on this map itself. I mean, I look back towards that last game, miss having that fantastic knockdown onto Nigma Galaxy, and also even Umbra having that phenomenal result to get them to second.
Yeah, well, only time will tell what the teams are going to be bringing into this final match. And I'm excited, not only for the match spot, but of course, next up, we are going to be having a bit of a Jake on Jake play coming through here.
Calm down there, DK. Like, that's too many Jakes, but 2 is not too many, as we're going to hit it through into what will be our 5th and 6th games here, DK. Erangel going to be the next one.
Icy boy, I'm an icy boy, icy boy, the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking.
welcome back everyone here to the PMPL MEA Championship. My name is Jake O'Hanlon. We're joined by the other Jake here on the cast, and Hesky is also Hitbrain. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. It was fun seeing, I'm a big Sanhok fan, so it was fun to see, that map and, bit of a fast-paced game. It's been interesting because the circles today have all been a little bit mad. We haven't had too many dead center circles. They've been forcing the teams to kind of move around the map as much as possible. I've loved it. I've absolutely loved it today. It's been great.
You know what else I love, though, is that Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And also, do not forget here to Oppo, the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Also, to head into our overall standings here, Hitbrain, something may look a little bit different as we get through the day. There have been some little bit of a competitive integrity issues, and some of these teams have been put on a naughty step. If you want to know what that is, you can check it out later on social media, but for now, it is still Umbra on top.
Yeah, it is standing at 80 points above everyone else. A nice solid lead for Umbra. There's still 2 more games to go, and depending on the performances there, things could get shaken up massively. Twisted Mind's another team who kind of really they've had an amazing day so far. Some pretty solid pretty solid kind of games coming through. YaLLa, another team who, for me, impressed me because they had a pretty bad start to the day, and then they have just seemed to be relatively consistent across the board on that front. But at NASR, 90th minute, all down at the bottom. CONQUEROR as well, another team who have kind of been struggling a little bit today. There's a lot of teams who are slowly pulling ahead, but there's still so much flexibility, so more games to go. But I'm going to be interested to see exactly how the rest of these standings look, especially the end of today, because obviously day one is kind of the feelers day. You're getting your feelings out, your feelings out, your feelers out. You're getting a taste for how people play and how this lobby kind of sits. But there's still more days to go after that. So day one's going to be very much like let's see how these teams cope. And let's see how these teams kind of, who starts to pull ahead as the standout teams. And I feel we are getting a solid understanding of those teams, right?
Look, I'm getting a bit nervous, okay, because I want to be one of the Middle Eastern teams on top. Instead, it's been Umbra far ahead of every one of these other teams as we jump into that 5th match to see if they can continue their streak. Is down onto that playing path. It's going to be down towards the quarry, all the way up towards the more military base, up towards the northern end.
Yeah, it's relatively down the line, so people should be able to drop where they want for the most part. I don't think this is really going to affect too many teams all that bad. I'm curious more about this circle. I think that's the big thing for me here. We've seen a lot of teams dropping around military base and Primorsk and areas like that, and then being forced out almost as soon as they kind of put their feet on the ground. So it's going to be very interesting for me to see exactly how these games are going to go. If the circle is more central, or even if it favors the military base and we get a military base ending, these teams these teams have been more on that. They've been on the responsive and chasing the circle. I'd like to see what they can do when they get buckled down on this map, because so far for these kind of more southern dropping teams, it has been a little bit more punishing in those areas for them. But we'll see where this first circle is going to be going.
Don't tempt me, okay, Hitbrain. If you don't know, I love the South Island. I love the military base we get to see the finish. I'm a little bit biased towards those zones, okay? Don't judge me. We get it. We get it on the first zone. We like foes. We take foes, boys. And it will be here. The rest here of Ooredoo and also now other teams like Twisted Mind moving their way down towards that South Island. And I expect even like teams such as 90th Minute making those quicker rotations out of the docks, taking those boats and coming out of the beaches towards that South Island, because, oh boys, this is going to be a South Island. We've got to be sure.
If it's a South Island game, it's going to be very, very fun. We'll see exactly how that's going to go down, but I expect to see these bridges get set up as a place to kind of, especially for these bottom teams, if you can get set up on the bridges leading towards that South Island, you could be able to find yourself some elimination points here. This could be a way to kind of slingshot yourself back in, because for some of these teams, if you still end at the bottom of the table after this game, it means you're probably going in tomorrow in a weaker position. You're going in on the back foot. So finding a good placement or a good score for this game is going to be really, really big for these teams. But for now, we are just following Ooredoo Thunders, who are being watched right now by CONQUEROR, looking already to try and pick somebody off. Groza just going to get a little bit of damage over that ridge. Does need to be a little bit careful, as I can't actually see exactly where his team are for him. So it could be in for a little bit of danger here.
Ooredoo looking towards that bridge now as it begins to move across. Ooredoo, a team who usually do like to begin on that military base. They don't really want to be stuck here. The nature of that playing path being that this is about as far as they can go. They will slowly and inevitably make their way towards that South Island, I'm pretty sure. But it's also this northern side. You can see it on your map here is Umbra and also Virtual Game losing one of their members. Now, Virtual Game, they'd still have a chance there to revive one. Well, not anymore. Zeus is now out of the competition. So we'll leave it one apiece here for both these teams, but it is that nervousness of how these teams on the northern side, they're going to be able to rotate down, because it's a long way further forward. In making these quicker rotations, it's been something that a lot of these teams typically don't want to do. You can see in the way these teams have played Erangel so far, it's been very slow these first few zones and gradually get their way into it. This game's going to change that up.
Yeah, absolutely going to be changing. Quite a lot of play styles here, as we're seeing Nigma getting himself in area, but look, he's waiting on the other side of the bridge. You've got Twisted Minds. They've actually spotted out that, well, they haven't spotted out, but the final member of Intruders is about in the area. Twisted Minds have got himself in a really good spot to be able to just take out anybody who tries to cross over this bridge. Nigma kind of holding off, just going across yet. They can stick down and get himself a good comfortable position to kind of hold the other side of the bridge. Both of these teams kind of gatekeeping, so to speak, right now. As Nigma just going to get themselves set up. They know somebody's going to be at the end of that bridge.
Nigma as well, as we do check out these headshots here, shimming from 01, as they will find the see that shot coming through from Virtual Game. How they did lose one shot, getting shot down by Humam, and there also Zeus as well. The double piece for Humam, and that was dire for Virtual Game, who has had, quite frankly, a really rubbish day so far. So hoping they can still redeem themselves here on this final match for Erangel in today's games. Nigma finally decided to make that crossing through. I thought they might try to stave off teams coming across that entrance to the bridge, like Umbra are now doing, crossing as well. But instead, Nigma are going to take their chances, and they are going to get rewarded with this very high hilltop position, and they're going to be able to not only gather this information, but stop a lot of these future teams from rotating across this bridge, like that of Umbra.
Yeah, Umbra now also moving over. You can see it's still Intruder just holding, like, well, their final member of Intruder just holding on, doesn't want to be out first, and probably just playing to get his minimal placement points. Or maybe if you can get in to the area and get yourself nice and comfortable, maybe a little bit more. But YaLLa, a team who have had, an interesting day. They had a rough start. They took a fight actually around the military base, around the bridge in the area there, which basically just cost them too heavily. They lost 2 members, they lost a lot of resources, and then just suffered on the first map. And because of that, weren't able to really amount too much or too many points together, but then it bounced back massively across the rest of the day. So it's been interesting to see YaLLa's journey so far today. It looks like Myths just seeing if they can spot anybody out, but nobody is in this current area for Myths.
Miss still, I think, the waiting game for them. I don't expect them to move too far. Phase 1, as much as it is scary being all the way down towards that South Island, teams still can tank and still can continue to gather their loot here in their own compound, even as far north here as Yasnaya Pollyanna for Team Falcons. But you are looking at eventually when these teams are going to rotate. These teams have all decided now to make those later rotations. Are they going to fight? Are they going to meet each other on those routes on those roads down in towards that secondary zone. Being so far away, we've seen that be a problem for teams just in this previous game, like CONQUEROR, for example, who took these longer skirmishes way out far into the zone and then had no information on the inside of that zone later on and could not make a good informed path in onto those later stages for the points.
Yeah, well, as you were talking about, kind of following these teams in the circle, well, in the blue right now. How long do they want to tank it? Are they going to scrap into each other? It looks like for now, Slime42k maybe thinking about it, but just holding off on actually getting into any action yet. There's a boat there for them, which is actually probably fairly useful if they need to. But just going to hold off for the moment. I'm curious to see where the circle kind of closes in on and what that's going to do, because I think this first circle is going to be very much, you know, we'll sit, we'll chill, we'll get what we need, and then we'll think about moving over sooner rather than later. The second circle could really either play into the hands of these teams who are playing out in the zone, or it may force them to kind of go, all right, we really need to get a wiggle on and actually get ourselves set up, because this is going to get hard. If we start to get closer towards these bridges or the South Island, I expect to see these teams start to pick up a little bit in their kind of urgency. As Virtual Gaming maybe looking towards actually going towards that boat, as we will see where this circle goes.
Yeah, I would be very surprised. Very surprised to see, I think, 4KT and then Virtual Game come together for the fight. I mean, yes, they could realistically fight here, but Hiprin, I don't think that they really should be, because they both have the out capabilities. They really need to get into this zone and really navigate outside. But the real contention is inside of our zone. Phase 2, that's a nasty one. It will be Miss taking that fight, finally coming down through the hilltops. And YaLLa, as much as they were surprised, Miss the non-benefactor vote out of this fight is YaLLa. They are the ones who will scoop up the 2 eliminations.
Yeah, nice couple of kills there for YaLLa, continuing on what's been a pretty good day, or a pretty good start to the day for them. Not going to waste any ammunition here. There they are, just to finish up this kill on to one of the Miss members. And there's only one left standing now, so similar to Intruder, probably expect to see Miss just try and play this out as long as possible and see what kind of points they can scrap together from those placements. But there was a lot of teams on this southern on the island already, so it's gonna be interesting to see the kind of setups towards that area and how these teams are going to play it out. As Nigma, being one of those teams, have spotted out CONQUEROR here, going to reveal their location by opening fire onto them. But CONQUEROR, I just think they don't want to bother. They want to get themselves set up and comfortable. They don't want to deal with this engage.
The trauma of that last game is CONQUEROR. They are going to be already inside of our zone. However, Intruders trying to scout out of position. I think this is all about the positioning of the South Island. You can see here these teams trying to get those more outskirt positions, judging by the fact that actually even in those outskirts, CONQUEROR still hold a very central position. And that's the scary part of his second phase here, is that you are on these smaller edges, these more open flats of North Military Island. Nigma feeling all too well the pain of the difficulty of trying to get in towards the central zone, which is in that current situation.
I think that was a little bit of a scouting mission from Freak as well, to be honest, just to see if anybody was about. Is going to head back towards at least as close to the team as possible. The rest of Nigma are a little bit further away from Freak, and 90th minute just got themselves set up nicely here. Any boats that come around, they might be able to kind of spray down onto, and Freak now a little bit separated from the rest of the team, at least for now, as Falcon is sort of going toe-to-toe here. Falcon, never alone, just getting a little bit more damage off out from this window. Going to hop out and see if he can try and spot any of these slime members out. There's also other people closing in on this area. This is getting quite tight around this bridge area. This is what we expected from the nature of this circle. Going to force teams across these very small bridges. You expect to see quite a bit of action break out around that area.
The Falcons, you can see that they've got this beautiful line of Yusuf and Damar trying to stop here 0-1. Now, they've let one pass. Saif is a problem. Now, Saif can also turn and help now Gaith and the rest of these players join up. So I'd expect Falcons to try and bring maybe a little bit more support. Maybe bring Yusuf down towards where Damar is. Bring Never Alone as maybe that replacement, or Last down to where Yusuf is as well. And hold back in the 5 versus 4 KT as more of these members do surpass Falcons, because the problem being now is 0-1 are the ones that gatekeep Falcons from this bridge, whereas Falcons were the ones doing it before. So without that extra support, Falcons are going to struggle. Even if 0-1 leave them alone for now, the problem is still going to be there when they eventually cross that bridge into them later on.
I mean, look at the map. Look at the problem that's behind Falcons. They're not the only team who are trying to cross this bridge, and they can hear other people approaching. Falcons just looking to try and continue to hold this bridge area and just pick off who they can. That other circle moving so far away from them, though. So they're on a little bit of a timer for themselves at the moment. As G3 Temper finding themselves in a bit of a skirmish versus Nigma, as it looks like Nigma have managed to kind of rejoin up with each other. They've got this building on lockdown for themselves and this little compound to themselves for now.
This is an absolutely disgusting Zone 3. I mean, Imperium on the previous broadcast, okay, Jake, you used to say there was a Jake evil power. I don't know if we're doubling it now that we're both on board here doing the same cast. I feel that there may be a sense of nervousness about us doing this evilness to these teams as Falcons. Damar just the straggler here for the rest of Falcons to cross in. Unfortunately, we'll lose one, but crucial for Falcons got all 3 of those players across, because it's a long trek in for KT. Not the time to mess up the vehicle, and now lose one in a series of crazy error. But Ragnarok as well, peeking his head too long for KT. Somehow find a punish for a 1-for-1.
Yeah, NASR losing a member already on this fight for the bridge. This bridge has been such a point of action in this game, and NASR now they're a little bit pincered. If you look at the positions of Slime, they are spread out beautifully, where NASR just don't have a safe spot to go for. As Pronto getting himself in a good position to come in on that long flank, and now NASR getting into vehicles, seeing if they can get past, as they are going to eat a whole load of spray here. It looks like Slime a little bit too slow on the punch and weren't quite in clear communication and let NASR slip through them and over the bridge to safety. I believe with Slime following them, that should be the final teams making it over the bridge, as G3 all swimming their way through, but in that blue, not in the blue, sorry, going to be okay for the moment, but they do have to deal with Nigma just continually keeping up the pressure on them in this little just ledge they're hiding on.
I think G3, they're going to have a very difficult game for now. I mean, they really are just searching for the extra scraps in the Israel coastline to try to survive off on 90th minute. And the rest here, of course, the Nigma Galaxy, they should make that life of G3 an absolute misery in this 5th match. Twisted Minds, though, also making their work noticed by Umbra, now falling down towards the south side of this zone. It's Novka still going to be their home, entering on in from the south. And Umbra, who rotated there all the way in the south, hoping that they could get that extra flank. Almost a mistake here by them. They should have really realized that a lot of these teams would have been taking back coastal line, and instead, as a result, they get punished for it. But I understand the way in which they were going for to avoid that means of Novka military base as well.
I actually think this circle here is a little bit kinder than the previous ones. It's not really forcing too much. It's a bit more central, allowing people to move in. As Twisted Minds trying to see if they can get a little bit of damage off here onto these Nigma members. And we're going to lose a little bit of that vision. The 90th minute still pinned for the moment in that blue as well, and that might just be the end of this 90th minute member. It could just be the end of the squad here, as everybody else is downed or dead. Enigma going to be able to hold them down. Nice nade coming in, actually, from 90th minute, and the healing is going to be there as Slime get eliminated in the middle of this action. That is a low health bar on Nigma.
Still Nigma, they are inside the zone. Had they been outside of the zone in that situation, they go down with the extra help of the blue. And speaking of that blue, it is coming closer in. Ralph choosing to try get away from the edge, as it will smoke out, avoid the shots that are coming through from Twisted Minds. And I like this to get Ralph to safety. Yes, you expend a few of your utilities, but you don't take the fight. You make sure you have it on better terms later on, and it's discipline from Nigma is what we expect. But they even land an extra Molotov on the end. They grab down more of 90th minute now going to be no more, but it's still all the action on the north. Is the bridge here, the extra little railings on the side being used by Rico Infinity, but YaLLa, they find one, can they find two? They get Ragnar.
Doing a good job here as they're holding on to this bridge. YaLLa able to get Ragnar back up to safety. Is still one down from them for the moment as Ragnar just continue to spray a little bit more bullets, and now with the blue closing in, you can see them starting to really threat. Rico Infinity need to try and find an opportunity to get off this bridge and out of this zone, but looks like YaLLa are actually okay just to peel back. They feel comfortable. They're going to get themselves back onto the high ground, and they can actually look to spray into that lower edge of the bridge there. Ragnar's got a good line of sight onto them now, so Rico could just end up using a lot of health here. Could end up losing like a lot of members, but they're able to move back towards safety up the hill, and only just Randar.
It's an absolutely beautiful position here, though. Here, YaLLa, they took the fight, but then they saw Prestige off the back, and they're able to take Prestige down as well, back away from the fight by pushing in heavily towards him when they know that also the only member on the bridge of R8 wants to make that extra revive onto the two down members. So YaLLa, perfect execution of that fight, gets them back in onto the zone here, gets them back in on top of the hillside. Intruder Africa not really wanting to take this fight down as a solo, but the vehicle is there. It's trying to scout, but hoping will draw out no fire.
Yeah, just trying to see if this circle is good for Intruder. Obviously, been kind of just playing placement this game after the start they had, losing a lot of members early. Circle is closing in, and we'll see how nice or horrid it is feeling. Is this going to be nice a little bit longer? I don't think that box is going to be able to get held for too much longer, as instantly we do see YaLLa close in on the area. And a lot of teams are going to get pressed to move up this hill and into potentially YaLLa's jaws here.
0-1 as well on the replay, striking down a brilliant execution of Umbra. Again, a short vehicle mistake there, crashing down too early. Umbra get blown up into smithereens by 0-1 as YaLLa, they have been able to find a rogue member of Intruder here in Ralph. There is nowhere to go. Here is Ooredoo. Do secure the path behind him, and YaLLa, they're leading down these nays straight into his home, and poor Ralph has had to be evicted.
Yeah, he's going to get collapsed on two fronts as well, though. That's the really problematic thing. Not even going to be a problem for long, because out goes Intruder, knocked out of this game. NASR also only working with limited members left, as Hassan needs to try and reposition if possible. He's going to try and join up with Miracle to make sure that these two can at least stay safe for a little bit longer. Instantly getting fired onto.
Yeah, I'm making their way further forward, and Miracle is going to be stopped on the edge as Rico Infinity Esports at least can grab one out. Miracle going to heal back off the edge of his zone, but it might be a little bit too much there. They drop, and the extra damage done in time. NASR Sanhok, the only one now to get inside of that zone, as the next phase shift did go here towards here. Ooredoo a great position, but the only problem is CONQUEROR found those knocks, and you can see that with two down, Ooredoo are facing the push, even though Falcons also up against Rico Infinity.
Yeah, we saw Nigma actually get knocked out and out of the game in that we were watching that previous encounter. Falcons trying to just kind of hide in the smoke on this high ground, but Twisted Minds, they've got a pretty good position. It's Ooredoo, though, at the top of the hill. We're definitely in that most favorable position right now of all of this, and Falcon just trying to see if they can get themselves a kill onto 0-1, try and knock this team out, but only able to lay a little bit of damage down onto the 0-1 members, as we see Rico Infinity get knocked out in the meanwhile, and only a couple of teams are left for us. Well, a fair few still, but we'll see as this circle closes. if Ooredoo need to reposition, because for now, if this closes in on them, they're in an absolutely amazing position on this high ground.
It's those teams, though, who have been so quiet for so long, carefully making their positioning like Twisted. And the problem now, realistically, is as a team like Ooredoo, the zone goes away from you. You were beginning to lose that hillside as well and lose your position. And because of this extra space that Conqueror and also Twisted Minds were able to garner, they're actually a really dangerous position where Ooredoo are currently in, again surrounded by all of these other teams.
Yeah, they really are. YaLLa trying to just kind of wait this out for the moment from the looks of things. As Twisted Minds still up on that high ground. And I believe the hill's still favoring Twisted Minds and Ooredoo, who are probably the two teams who are going to be scrapping for that high ground. But at the moment, it's Ooredoo who actually hold that top ground. They've got the buildings to work with. And everybody else just has to kind of fight uphill towards them.
Although, Ooredoo, as much as they are on top of this hilltop, they do have to be careful. Conqueror, they are beginning to move further forward. Another series of knocks like this, Conqueror just dive on in. You see Twisted Minds also go in, and the chaos begins to be led there. Falcons also carefully maneuvering their position, trying to use these nades, these utility, to push YaLLa further back towards that northern side, push them in towards that road, where they are more vulnerable in a position lower down on also that more open ground towards the road.
Looks like Twisted Minds are actually trying to rush their way up here, looking for the fight with Ooredoo already. The spray's coming down, and Rex is already going to get himself on the receiving end of this as he is taken out, and Twisted Mind just continuing to go up forwards, throwing out the Molotovs. Everything is getting thrown down to try and secure this high ground. It is a rush and a half by Twisted Minds, as Ooredoo still feeling pretty comfortable to keep going. They got lots of nades to work with themselves. It looks like for now, Twisted Minds are just going to get backed off, forced back a little bit by Ooredoo as a lot of damage comes in onto Kato. Dammy just trying to deal with Conqueror, who are also flanking on the side. They rush too fast, and everybody is closing in. The jaws are closing on them.
And unfortunately for Ooredoo, they're about to meet their maker of all of these other teams looking for the compound that they stand in. Falcons, though, one knock from one side. They just have to try to survive. They have to try blast out these other teams. Also all closing in against each other. They have the lines of sight out on each other. And 0-1 as a result, they suffer. They fail the pain of these other teams all around them. Twisted Minds slowly walking their way in, though. A little bit more carefully than 0-1 as they get into the compound. They are there and they're as close as you like. Setting in the nades, and Kaito going in even further.
Yeah, he's looking to try and get him through the window, but he will get spotted out here, trying to get a couple of cheeky shots through the window. He's going to actually maybe rush the building here. As Conqueror still got that flank, though. They're behind them. They're able to find themselves a cheeky knock, and this is getting really scrappy for the side of Ooredoo. They've got one onto Kaito. They've got a second knock as well, and just like that, Twisted Mind, they're going to get themselves taken out of this game, and that is them down. Ooredoo hold as a nade lands in. They're going to take a whole bunch of additional damage on top of that. Molotovs and all as Conqueror are going to be pushing up. YaLLa only got one player to work with as another one is down. Falcon as well, but it's Conqueror to keep your eyes on as they've got all 4 members left as YaLLa are going to get knocked out.
Conqueror are pushing for the win. 5 kills all aboard. Metallica struck down by Yusuf on the back. Falcons still alive with a 2, and Ooredoo is they clean up themselves through the fight versus Conqueror. They have lost the front line of Falcons, and now Falcons are knowing on the position. Gallagher had to be revived, and there was no choice to it as they almost fall down, and now Yusuf. Do we have another nade in for the smoke? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, looks like they're going to get the pick up there, and they're going to be A-okay. Yusuf and Never Alone on this low ground, trying to take out the 5 of Conqueror. Already had 1 down, but wasn't able to keep them down, unfortunately. As Reva just keeping a little bit of a scouting mission here done. As Falcon, how are they going to be able to hold on? Are they going to be able to hold on? The real questions for me right now. Let's see if they've got anything left in the tank, or if this is just going to be Conqueror using the numbers advantage to close this game number 5 out. as there's a brief respite in the action between these two teams, between this fight for the high ground that went on just moments ago. Yusuf waiting for the opportunity to try and find one of these Conqueror members.
Still, Conqueror, though, they're doing it slowly. They're taking out the space in which Falcons have to work in this zone. They're saying, well, yes, it's phase 7. Yes, you can survive on the edge here, Hip, but we are going to control the zone, and it will likely go to us. It does for the most part. Falcons, there's still a little bit to work with here, which is more than maybe Conqueror had hoped for.
Absolutely. Still staying dead quiet. Nobody revealing where they are. Everyone's trying to shuffle their position around, but see, the circle is going to start to cause problems and maybe will force people to move. If not now, it will be soon. It's Gallagher moving his way up, seeing if he can find Never Alone. He has a good feeling. Spider sense is tingling behind that tree, so looking to throw out the nade and force Never Alone away. He's able to dodge away, actually, taking nothing from that. And that could just be Never Alone going low. He's going to take a whole bunch of shots there. That's going to be Never Alone downed. And that should just be the fate sealed here for the side of Falcons as Conqueror win the match.
Conqueror, it looked so dominant through from them, and I love in which the way they were pressuring Ooredoo from the very phases in that mid game towards the late, and you can see as soon as those 2 knocks came through by the rest of Conqueror onto Ooredoo here, Jake, it was from there they pushed up, they hinged Ooredoo further back from the hill into these other teams, as we said, and from there they then let these other teams get baited into Ooredoo for them only to clean up as that third party afterwards. A brilliant game of patience through from Conqueror.
Yeah, I mean, DK was kind of highlighting the Conqueror team to watch earlier on in the day, and they hadn't really had that performance. This seemed like a way better version of Conqueror from and the kind of expected version of Conqueror as well. Ooredoo, it looked like that was honestly them. They got rushed by everybody and they held, and then Conqueror just tidied it up. It was a really, really scrappy end to that game, but kind of fell into a little bit of a lull. But overall, Conqueror, a really, really good game from them. And, you know, we saw some good performances from a couple of these teams. We can see the ranking at the end of that. Conqueror get themselves 24 points, Falcon get 19, and Ooredoo Thunders 16 points. Very, very explosive game.
Yeah, Conqueror Rack, it was all, I think, also to the fall of Twisted Minds in that push. I mean, to Ooredoo holding, to then also that brilliant knock with an aid from Rio onto Twisted Minds off the outside was what collapsed Twisted Minds into that 5th position, allowed the rest of these teams like YaLLa Ooredoo to be able to make themselves a little bit more known on these match rankings up higher. But Falcons are the one that I'm really looking forward to, is they have been consistent, quiet but consistent, with another 19 points.
Yeah, I also think YaLLa and Twisted Minds have been pretty consistent today as well, you know, especially considering YaLLa had a pretty bad start to the day, but from then on, they've been placing relatively high. They've been pretty good in the action. But Slime for TK, KT, sorry. It's not been the best day for them, unfortunately. Only just about scraping by. And Team Umbra, not a great round for them either, considering they were sitting way higher. I believe at the top, actually. Now I've skipped my mind about it after today. But getting themselves a 4-point game there means that our final game on Miramar might be a pretty important one for them if they want to kind of have that element of relevance going into day number 2.
I think also the fact that Virtual Gaming there, also struggling. I mean, you look at some of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, and you start to see tendencies now past these 5 games. I mean, Virtual Gaming, yes, they are at the bottom, but also there you look towards, as we said, Slime for KT, also struggling again. And it's what can these teams realistically do from the early game, which is where it seems to be going wrong for them. Losing these members to, I think, silly mistakes in their crossing of their path from one location to another. You see it by 4KT in this game trying to cross the bridge. And then also you look towards Virtual Gaming, right early in that replay, losing to that open ground knock. But if you also want to make sure you're successful, though, at home, and you can get for if any of your team win the championship, the whole of the region will get these rewards. So if an African team win the championship, the whole of Africa get all of that juice on your screen. If the whole of the Middle East might get also these beautiful loops, but it's only one. In 10 Arabic teams, 6 for Africa, players need to log in 3 times to get these rewards in game. And to be fair to you, they do look pretty darn good, but I'm still going to be biased. I'm still going to say that the blue swag just looks that little bit better for me. But who doesn't want to be a lumberjack and chop down the competition, Hip?
I mean, there's some pretty groovy gear. I like on all sides. So that blue stuff's lovely. I quite like the lumberjack. It's a bit more subtle. A little bit less garish, I guess, is probably the best way to word it. A little bit, you know, I like a bit of subtlety. That's why it's one of the things, because obviously in this game you see people driving like Lamborghinis and stuff, and then I can't remember who it was, but someone was just rolling around in a normal car, and I'm like, yeah, that's my dude. They're just chilling.
I feel like that stands out more. Like, you know, the normal car stands out more because everyone's rocking these Lamborghinis. The Lamborghinis are like the normal car now. No, we don't need these. We need the normal cars here because they feel like the Lamborghinis, like the Teslas.
I don't know. Do you have the term Smurf and stuff in PUBG? You know, people who like come in from like a higher level, and then they don't use the skins and the customizables. They just go in with the base stuff and absolutely kill it. That's the air I get from it. It's the very Smurf air.
That's when you get nervous. I've heard of the YaLLa remains. The normal cars, like they're the ones that you look out for in PUBG Mobile.
I guarantee you, I sweat more when I see a normal car roll up with a Lamborghini. I'm like, that guy's going to be good. They're going to be real good at this game. I say that because I haven't got a Lamborghini. That might be it.
Yeah.
But yes,
you don't need one. You don't need one, okay? It's okay. Just stuff their Lamborghinis. We got chicken dinners. We got lumberjack skins, okay, Hip?
Yeah, absolutely. But we got one more game to go. There's a lot to play for. Obviously, I think the big thing for me is, you know, this day one and how you perform in day one can really roll into the other days. Because first we get a bit of momentum and kind of a confidence boost going into the latter half of the show. I mean, there's still a couple more days to go after this, but even so, you come in tomorrow at the top, you can have an okay/middling day and still be in a pretty good spot for the rest of the week. But if you come in at the bottom today, after today, it's really, really rough. I think, you know, it's very much, you know, you need to really play at the best of your capability for the rest of the week to catch up. Anyway, like I said, there's still one more game to go. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we're back with that last game. So don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last game. It's Miramar here at the PMPL MEA Championship with a double Jake action. You know, just got myself on a Wolf Jake and also Hit Brain, which is also called Jake. We are here for what has been a fantastic Erangel game. Just missed it. It was CONQUEROR who took out that chicken dinner. And important for CONQUEROR to get up those standings, though, here, because they hadn't been doing so until those points. As we get to all those overall standings and see just how much of a difference that has made for them.
It was a very needed win for CONQUEROR. It's put them into 8th position right now, so they're on the kind of upper ends of the table. But obviously Team Umbra, you can see how far ahead they were for the rest of the teams and the rest of the competition, because they had an absolutely just awful map last time. They got completely taken out. They didn't really get many points together, but they're still comfortably ahead of the rest of the teams here. Nigma, also a pretty disappointing game 5 for them. Twisted Minds, I think that was definitely a good game for them as well, though. So they're keeping themselves relevant here. I'm interested to see, you know, how this last game is going to start to affect things. I think those top 8 teams are the ones I'm most interested by. I think for these bottom teams, I think the point of interest is get yourself in a good place for tomorrow. You're probably not going to realistically, unless you're like Rico or Myths, there's a chance they could make it into top 8, providing some of the other teams don't do amazing coming out of this last game. But like realistically, for these teams, it's about getting yourself set up for a comfortable day 2.
Yeah, I think as well. I mean, Rico Infinity, first of all, the big surprise. I did not expect to see Rico with only 25 points. I mean, also NASR as well, a big upset for them, considering that they've only got these 10 elimination points now. So when you've only been able to garner also 4 placement points overall across now these 5 games, it's going to make it really tricky to really believe in NASR's ability, I think, to be able to survive to these later points in the games. Because, yes, it has been very flip-flop on who gets these wins, on who maybe gets these big games and these big points. We've got to see if they can do it here on Miramar as we jump down into what will be our final match here for in the Desert Dunes once more.
I'm wondering if we get a spicy circle again. That's my keen point of interest, because we have had some very good circles today. And we'll see whether or not we actually get any more interesting ones. Is having a look at the playing path here. Pretty good.
Look,
not amazing if you drop on the east, but it's okay. It could be worse.
I believe that we can hit a nice evil zone. Well, not nice for the players, but nice for us in the entertainment wise, because I mean, as I said before, the double J curse is strong right now. I mean, we got it going. We got the vibes from game number 5 and that horrible, quite frankly, for these players, South Sivnovka base finish. But now, considering that we got Miramar, it could only get even worse for these players.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at where everyone's dropping. I think that's also the next big thing as well. See, you know, how some of these teams are going to drop. And obviously, as they'll be mid-drop, we'll start to get information on this circle and get a good idea of, you know, who's going to have to move, if at all. As looks like that is 90th minute. And once again, heading towards that top right. And there it is. Northeast, ask and we shall receive. This is really going to force a bunch of these teams into really having to think about what they're going to be dropping. I can't see who's actually at the bottom. I did not note that. But they've got a long way to go. They've got some movement to do. And also Myths dropping on Validemar. Also got a long distance to go before they can get anywhere near these circles.
Look, I think for teams like Falcons, who usually drop towards that Tor Armada side, and then you've always got 90th minute, should I say, who also like to drop towards that more Al-Azhar side. They'll slowly make their way towards maybe in Tor Armada, considering that playing path really did not favor this first phase. And a lot of these teams now may be going to be rushing towards those more open spaces and those compounds higher up into that northeastern side, because it is going to be fairly more difficult for these squads to be able to really take impact on the slower rotations of Miramar with a zone like this, you're really looking at these teams who can get into the compounds early and swiftly. Not only to maybe get this loot that will be uncontested, but more so towards the later stage of the game. Phase 4, Phase 5, if we are continuing on this trend here, Hip, where the zone is going to go towards that northeastern end, these teams, they want to avoid the flat crossings in between these big dunes that are up towards that northeastern side that make it so difficult for teams to cross later on.
Definitely on Umbra here, actually, to try and get himself a good round as they are going versus Hop and able to get himself a quick and easy down. Follow up by the kill as well as Umbra. They get themselves a pick up onto that team member. So nice quick kill for Umbra and, you know, a bit of a recovery considering they had a rough start to the day. Well, sorry, rough start to the last game. They've had a good start to the day. They're doing great.
Oh, they are doing fantastic here. I mean, when you see that first knock as well, it's just even more trouble, I think, for YaLLa, considering that if you can take YaLLa out at any time of the day, it's been towards these early stages. We saw it already in a game where YaLLa seemed to be, again, one of these teams to competition. They can have these fantastic games, and it has put them high in that leaderboard. But on the other side of that coin, YaLLa has also had these really poor performances today, where they struggled in the beginning of the day. They had a 16th place later on in the day as well, towards that Sanhok match, and you have seen these big plays by YaLLa that just also haven't worked out. And I'm looking to see if YaLLa can try to refine those strategies, maybe nerves, maybe unsurety of these other teams that, of course, from the African region, they don't have as much knowledge of potentially.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the big thing. Is it's a matter of scouting. It's going to be interesting for me, and you'll definitely get a better, clearer view of it over the next couple of days. Who's actually been scouting who? Who knows where people drop? Who knows how people play? And see if they can kind of play around that and recognize, you know, okay, this team, I think, like let's say Umbra. We think Umbra is actually a team who we really need to respect and have these teams done their scouting on them? Have they recognized their play style? Do they play aggressive? Where do they drop? You know, can we catch them in areas? What's their typical play style? So it's gonna be interesting to see, you know, a mixture of adaptation from how they've been playing today and across the next couple of days, but also, you know, has there been any preparation into playing into these teams, or are some of these teams just kind of dropping in blind and winging it?
Yeah, I think that really these teams, they got to do their homework. Yes, you expect these teams to have done that already coming into this competition and know the drop spots they are in those previous VODs for them. But also equally, I think it's the adaptation from the next 3 days of competition. And also, might have just add, by the way, as we get it on the replay once more, the 1080 by Intruder Africa being able to get those skills. I mean, you can fall down all day, okay, Hip, without the points, but you bring out a triple flip like that on Miramar in the last game. Oh, boys, are you redeemed?
I mean, got to get the style points if you can't get regular points, I guess.
Oh, cut down, Hip.
Nigma, a team who, you know, we had high expectations on, if we're going to be real. You know, a team who from the globals came third. So obviously some fairly high expectations, keeping the roster together as well from that as well. But last game kind of went out a little bit early, kind of went out on a bit of a whimper. So I'd like to see them kind of bounce back, because so far in the standings, they're not having the greatest showing, as Temper is just driving off the side of a cliff apparently.
Maybe they're attempting to do the same thing, right? It's all about the 1080s. That's what we're looking for. You know, you get one, they're trying it again. G3. Ah, Flacco.
Oh,
they ruined it.
I see. No, he was trying to free Flacco. That was what it was. It was an aimed skill shot.
Was it? No, it's not. It's not aimed. It's not a triple flip. It's not aimed. It's not good enough for me, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, Falcon, a team who had a pretty good game last game, came second. Almost had that miracle play. Didn't quite get it, but we're close. I'm going to keep my eyes on them as well. And it's for me, as somebody who's kind of coming in as a bit of an outsider perspective, not knowing too much about these teams coming into it, it has been interesting seeing kind of like what teams I underestimated earlier on in the day versus the teams that I now go, okay, they're pretty good. YaLLa being one of those teams, I definitely underestimated them after the first game because they had a pretty shoddy performance. They got caught in that early skirmish and it pretty much just cost them a decent game. But they really bounced back. Obviously, last game wasn't incredible for them, but they have had some pretty good moments for themselves. Another team obviously being Falcon, a team who kind of caught me off a little bit. After most of today was kind of like, yeah, they're all right, but, you know, I haven't got the highest expectations for them. But they seem to really kind of come to as a powerful picks up a Lamborghini.
Look, the Lamborghini ain't got the flash. It's a normal car that Rexby flagging out here from Ooredoo. That's really where the flash is about. And you can see with that lightning bolt going down into the roadside. Going to be a clean rotation here for Ooredoo outside of Los Leones, who they usually like to take this position up. They had a Miramar game previously where you can see it work for them, but now they've got to outskirt towards these other teams. And this is where the information really is going to be apparent, is have Ooredoo, who are a team who usually stick towards the south side, have the info already in this previous series of games, previous videos that they may have watched, previous strategies to be able to handle this more northern side, which our players are more familiar with.
Absolutely. Well, let's see where the circle goes. It's actually a kind one. It was a pretty exciting one to start with, but definitely being a little bit more generous to some of these teams. You can already see, though, a couple of people still fair distance off from any of these circles. It looks like some action is actually breaking out on the southern tip of this blue. As Ooredoo been able to get one of their members down, and 0-1 are trying to close in and see if they can get themselves a little bit more damage. Able to find themselves a kill there. Zeus stealing it away from the distance, and 0-1 now pinned in this compound, slowly bleeding out to the blue. Special Gamers need a bit of a bounce back from what's been a pretty bad day for them so far. And looks like this might just be their opening to get themselves a couple of points on the board.
Virtual Gaming will at least find two actually eliminations and capitalize here off of 0-1's over-aggression onto Ooredoo. So I think one mistake really from Ooredoo going in way too far with two players, and the secondary mistake there of 0-1 really not respecting the power that Virtual Gaming really had in that high ground position, being able to snipe down 0-1 the moment they over-peak there for those eliminations themselves on into Ooredoo, and where will be forced back. Slightly weakened 0-1 towards this Umbra. Also, I'm going to look towards some of our other African teams here, G3, who for G3 is another one of these squads who we really are looking a lot more from. They haven't really had a performance as CONQUEROR, at least going to help them out here from being pinned to it, as Gallagher from the top side just takes the surprise out of one, takes the surprise out onto two, finds the explosion, and Umbra has just been demolished from half of their team.
CONQUEROR just finding flanks consistently the last two games back to back, able to find themselves a fantastic position just to take down two of these Umbra members to see if they can keep them down, as they've already been able to take out one entirely. Now PRZ needs to be very careful, as Kangula got that nice high ground position on them, and CONQUEROR, they might just close in for the full closeout on this team, see if they can take them down. Shadowden gonna try and get away to safety, and so is PRZ, but CONQUEROR are going to continue to spray out. They're looking for the knock here. Going to be able to find himself a cheeky one as well. CONQUEROR just absolutely giving it to Umbra, who are taking some serious fire down into the low ground. The last up member is PRZ. Just going to continue to take fires. YaLLa also in an area where they could be able to close in on them here.
CONQUEROR
Compound just off to the side.
Iraq, they've just woken up here. They are awake, and they take down Shadow, and they take down PRZ. A beautiful series of plays, capitalizing on the errors there of Umbra, as Falcons also taking down one, taking down two at 90th minute. One, now two eliminated, and Falcons have got the kills on top. Yusuf also coming around here as 90th minute. Zakaria looking for the nade, but it's not going to happen. And Yusuf, one of their own, takes down the third.
Nice little pick there from Falcons, able to get themselves that juicy little kill. It's been a great last couple of games for Falcons. They are really bouncing back, as CONQUEROR still standing as 4. G3 they basically just got saved by Conqueror. The circle's going to close in again. It continues to be quite kind and not forcing too many people to move a great distance. The Conqueror, while it was a good pick, they do need to be a little bit careful. Umbra going down is going to be great for them, but they are now very much have given away their position on this high ground, and they have both YaLLa and G3 on these low grounds firing up to them. We're just going to see this skirmish that broke up between 0 and 1 in the replay.
Still 0-1. I mean, you can see the position. They get the extra knocks. It's actually Virtual Gaming who secure that second elimination. So big points there for Virtual Leagues 1 by 1. Nigma Galaxy failing to get across through the window. Their own car stops them, and Conqueror take down another Conqueror on a tear in his last 2 games. I don't know where they've been for the first 4, but these last 2, they're getting already potentially now 6 eliminations. I mean, it is a disaster for Nigma Galaxy in these final few games tonight.
Yeah, it's really not been great for them as they have just slowly crumbled. A first place to start us off on the day seemed like a good omen for this team, but it has just not been their game so far. They're going to try and continue to hold up for the moment. They haven't lost anyone, just had that down. But Conqueror continuing to hold this fantastic position for themselves. Just spraying down onto Nigma. And there is going to be another down picked up. I didn't see who actually got the knock.
Yeah, Groza picks it up and down onto Ralph, and Falcons also holding continuously back here. Rico Infinity Esports. Hip, it's gone down south for this zone. It's gone back towards having another patron, and all of these teams, this crossroad really, the G3 control. This is where they're heading up to, but Rico Infinity, they have the beautiful position on this northern side. They have the hill side, and they want to keep it for as long as possible here. Yes, Falcons are pushing in. Yes, you don't want to give it up in one sense. Maybe they should start to bring prestige back towards the rest of his team, but the information that Prestige is gathering, not just in Falcons, but later on, if it can handle Falcons through the edge of this zone, coming in towards those hills, and all of those teams like 0-1, like also Storm and 4KT coming further in as well, you get this information by being on that high ground.
You really do. It's just this constant fight here for this high ground, but it looks like Falcon are actually going to reposition with the vehicles, maybe just give it up entirely. Rico Infinity are going to be able to hold on for the moment, as we'll see where the next circle is going to be going. That's going to be the really interesting thing here. We've had, a spicy one followed up by some pretty chill circles. And it's a little bit more interesting. It's going to play into Twisted Mind. As you can see, we're already set up in a nice high ground position. And there's going to be a lot of teams coming across that plains just to the east of them. Well, they're probably going to be able to find themselves a couple of people to pick off.
Myths, unfortunately, are being picked off by Intruders. They find 1, find 2 as well, as there goes the double eliminations for themselves. Intruders have been spotted out by NASR, but TK also going to strike one back by the looks of it. YaLLa is also finding one onto Falcons, and that's going to be big here as Rico Infinity on the map. You can see did disengage out the fight, but now it's 0-1 to re-engage as that third team on into Falcons, and Saifa also on the back, who should try to split up, maybe try come across that roadside for more information. As 0-1 strike another one to last, and Falcons, for as much as they looked so great, they crossed a little bit late, they got abandoned by the fight, and now last, and Miramar will face their punishment by 0-1 as a result.
Yeah, really nice pick up there as Saif trying to see if he can take Never Alone out, as Never Alone's going to move into range of him, but not quite landing any of the shots there onto Never Alone. Able to get away to safety. Keep himself alive for the moment. Falcon only got him left up, though. Had a very, very action-packed start to this game, but now it's going to be more placement. Can they get a good placement off as Rico Infinity having a fight with G3 for this particular compound? Right on the edge of where the circle will be. You can already see Conqueror and Nigma not too far away from this action, so probably looking to try and close in on whoever they can after this is done.
Rico Infinity being bombarded here by G3, but a position behind the hay bales just enough for either to survive. SK Town has to bail them out. They use also here the smokes. The Falcons won't be able to survive first placement points, but Rico Infinity maybe have a better position for themselves. But G3, who have been sat here for this entire game, finally showing the strength of this position on which teams just cannot realistically come in towards you.
Well, Temper trying to get around the edge here. They're going to spray down. Doesn't quite know that smoke doing a lot of work for the moment. That is going to be it for now. Rico Infinity need to be careful as 90th minute are knocked out in the middle of this action.
Still, G3 sends in another nade, though, in Ida. Oh, it lands. That was big. Nacho gets one back, but will not go down even to the extra nade from Ida and SK Town as well. Now the only remaining member here in the fight for Rico Infinity Esports and G3. They know it. They're pushing further forward, slowly but surely, eliminating the information Ida is giving, and as a result, Rico Infinity forced even further back. NASR also punishing with the extra high ground advantage, and there's the information flying on down onto Intruders, and Intruders cannot bear the weight of the bullets of NASR, and is there also in the mobile 4.
Well, NASR needing to reposition a little bit here towards the inner circle, keep himself alive, but Miracle needs to be very, very careful. He's going to rejoin up with the rest of the team, as Myths are taken out in the middle of all of this action, and it's these planes we're going to be playing towards. The circle closing in once again, and it actually looks like Twisted Minds should be able to hold that high ground they've got, and it's going to be a very open section to this circle where these teams on the high ground should be able to shoot down onto the teams in the middle. Only a couple of compounds for them to hide in. They should get forced out somewhat soon, as it's going to be a nice little pick up there, and the end of Rico Infinity in today's games.
Rico Infinity will fall down. Slime 4 KT still on the other end though. G3, they're not quite out of the woods yet. They are trying to hold their own position inside the closest center of their zone, but they need to continue to get further down towards the south. And that's a brilliant blow up though by CONQUEROR, as they just explode the dreams of YaLLa Esports. Slime 4 KT, now the next one's to move further forward. But you can see CONQUEROR, they've got the long shots down, and this Rever on top of its roof, it is providing such problems here for these teams moving in.
Yeah, it's getting really, really scrappy for some of these teams, and YaLLa, who had a pretty rough start to this game, losing a couple of members, now going to be stuck himself between multiple teams, taking a lot of fire from all fronts, and it is getting heated here as space is starting to run out. These high grounds starting to be denied from some of these teams, and people just being forced out into the open. It's just a complete open gunfire. It's NASR taking Miracle. He's going to take so many shots here from Bumper, able to get the kill, or at least the knock here. Potentially the follow-up for YaLLa. If they could take them out, it just helps them a little bit more, take some heat off their back.
But still, Bumper can't quite find a weave around between the rocks. And NASR, they're still alive. YaLLa, they're still alive here. And they're still up here, even with virtual gaming behind them all. YaLLa still pincered in between the two, still need to get across that road, but they may just be trapped for the rest of this game here. With Bumper Ragnar still sending out the names, trying to deter virtual gaming's assault, but virtual gaming, they are slowly staying there, like an annoying bug. If they do not find these swannets, YaLLa now have to hold the push.
Yeah, you can see Virtual Gaming closing in, though, on YaLLa, as this circle's going to force them out. Grouped up, though, one good nade could really cause some problems. Goes down, but not actually going to hit from Bompo, as Ragnar might just try and find himself a bit of damage to get a good spray. Slime's going to get knocked out in the middle of everything, and that's a lot of smokes being thrown down. Virtual Gaming just trying to heal up as much as possible, as they're just going to throw out a couple of utility nades to themselves. Bomper gets low and trying to find an opportunity to get a good angle on to the virtual gaming members as they're going to try and jump through the wall. They're going to try and take out Ragnar, but Ragnar, he's going to get himself taken down for the moment. They're looking for a bit more of a follow-up, and shots there. That is going to be the end of them. Taken out as we use YaLLa. Lose YaLLa.
Ladder down, but there comes a nade. It's beautiful. Bingo nade by NASR. Takes down all of them. Now Zeus the only one surviving as they need to try find the miracle revives. Petrox, another nade on top, but the shots are there to couple it. Batika finding the extra one. Hassan will be punished throughout the smoke using the footsteps there. But NASR Batika still has the angle across the road, and it is excruciating for virtual gaming to try find a cross in, and they cannot. Batika way too much of a position on top of it.
Yeah, really, really rough for them there. As now as in Twisted Minds go for an advance forwards. They will get spotted out by Nigma though on this rotation, as CONQUEROR and Twisted Minds also having a bit of a fight. This is some of the kind of topper teams of the tables going toe to toe here. If you can knock them out, you can really do yourself some wonders going into tomorrow. As NASR holding on, same for Intruders. One member of Intruders just playing placement game right now. Let the big boys fight it out and see what you can do from there.
Look, Intruders, you get yourself into 5th position. They need these points. That is exactly what they need to go for. Twisted Minds, so looking for that fight, but they all burn down Rico. Here for NASR, protecting him for now, but it won't protect against that one. Rollkid still finds Batika, and Big Oars will be traded over for it. Miracle is there, but to find also the elimination, Batika now needing the revive. Will be able to find it with time, but time is something they will struggle to have as dying. Rollkid is still fighting over the top, but it's the help of the other teams, such here as Nigma Galaxy, to stop them making that push.
Well, Miracle's able to pick up his last teammate, keep him alive, keep their hopes alive right now. But once again, it's CONQUERORs. We're moving into the later stages of the game, who have all 4 members up. And they were picking fights all game long as well, so they are feeling very, very comfortable with the amount of points they'll be gaining from this game. As down goes another member. CONQUEROR are going to finally get a person taken down, but they did get a knock in their own in the middle of that, as in comes NASR going for the tidy up, and Twisted Minds are taken out of this game. It is between CONQUEROR, it is between Nigma, it is between NASR, and it is somehow still got Intruder holding on in this game. As CONQUEROR are going to lose one of their members, putting them on equal footing right now. Nigma looking for the response. They get the blow up on the vehicle to take down yet another member. Need to finish them up first, though. NASR holding on and just hoping these two can deal with each other. As Miracle actually going to make sure the CONQUEROR lose that second member. They're down to 2. As NASR going to now reposition. CONQUEROR losing yet another player. As they are looking for Intruder. Intruder going to finally get taken out here. And it's down to just 3 teams. As NASR are going to lose yet another member. Nigma, it's all about them. They've got the advantage of the players on this circle, on the map right now. It is getting heated in our final game.
It was CONQUEROR who took down Nigma earlier. We thought Nigma were kaput, but they are still here. And it's down to NASR, this 3rd team here, who has demolished with the extra snipe down to drive over on into Intruder. He's been fantastic play by NASR to then also survive and stop behind that hay bale perfectly to avoid the shots coming in from CONQUEROR, in to be able to make this 3rd place, even potentially 2nd, as CONQUEROR really is in the worst position of all 3 of them and is burning down, looking for maybe the upset onto NASR. Steps up for one final peak, but it's too much in the zone, engulfs him down.
Yeah, he's going to get taken out, at least denies the elimination, but now it's down to 3 versus 2. NASR have done an amazing job of keeping themselves in this game, considering they've had a rough start to everything today. Rough start, couple of games, but can they find that chicken dinner versus Nigma here? Just going to put the smokes down to try and flush out, get some repositions available. It's getting really, really tight. Nigma going to try and reposition with vehicles, decide to actually cancel that off, and they're just throwing a line of smokes down to really cause NASR some real concern on where stuff is Batica gets a little bit of damage off onto Hamidi, who instantly hits the ground as they're just putting the smokes down, and Lord's closing in.
Looking for its position, though. That's why the smokes are there. But Tika needs to move out of smokes, but Freak is there as well. But he gets the shutdown onto Lord through the smoke. That's huge for NASR.
Massive knock there for Batica as Hamidi's going to move over, make sure Lord can get up, but they need to try and stop this. This could be a big point for NASR. This could be the swing, as Freak has got that on top of the building, is causing a real problem. Nigma should be able to pick themselves up here. Although they're spraying down as much as possible. They know that they're over there, but I think they're out of nades. I think they don't have the capability to keep this going, as another nade's going to come out, and that's going to be the knock onto Batica, as that is going to be it for Nigma. They close this game out with a victory. Oh, no, sorry, it's NASR.
NASR taking it down. It was a 1v1, but NASR seemed to come out on top in a fantastic steal. Surprising with us, to be honest, here also hit, but they were able to get that chicken dinner on top. And quite frankly, the way in which NASR were able to navigate the entirety of those last 5 minutes was perfect PUBG play through from them, finding the extra little peek throughs onto CONQUEROR early on to get them with the vehicle onto Intruder, to get behind the hay bale to avoid Nigma, allow CONQUEROR also with the patience to burn down, and then also somehow take down Nigma. I think on the other hand, Nigma made big mistakes there. They were trying to bait obviously NASR, as we do take a look into those match rankings too. But unfortunately,
that caught me off guard.
NASR weren't having it. They take those peaks and they say, well, thank you very much for showing yourself. We'll just take that beautiful shot through onto Lord. And then with that, they take the extra point of the game. Is Nigma Galaxy. They're also, unfortunately, in third as a result.
Yeah, CONQUEROR got a lot of elimination points to keep themselves relevant there, as NASR 14 eliminations in that game, 26 points for them. A really, really big win for them, and going into tomorrow, that is going to pay them absolute dividends. Intruder as well, even though it wasn't the most eliminations, being able to just hang on a little bit longer, get those extra 10 points, kind of brings them up, because remember, they're on that lower end of the table. So finding a decent placement points here and getting yourself a kind of element of relevancy going into day number 2, going to be very, very important. I'm still shocked that NASR won that. I genuinely thought it was CONQUEROR. Yeah. I got caught off guard by that final nade. Look, amazing game coming in from NASR, and a very needed one for them indeed. And again, it's a little bit of that kind of disruption, because we see, you know, in this top 8, there is a team missing who are our first seed coming out of this first game. And that's the big one for me. You know, we've seen some great recoveries from the likes of CONQUEROR in the last couple of games. Nigma kind of came back as well. Twisted Minds have had a pretty good one. But you're missing YaLLa, who were in that top end of the table. But look at that. 14th place team Umbra, only getting themselves 1 point that game.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra, a really unfortunate showing for them. I think also a really unfortunate showing from Rico again, who really have not had the fantastic constant performance that we expect them to have, considering that they were so consistent coming in through the PMPL Arabia, and to see them struggle so much here, not only against their own rival team from their own region, but also from, of course, these wildcard teams that we've not faced before, that of the African region too. There has been a lot of shift in these squads who maybe are on top of the standings, who maybe are still struggling to find their footing, quite frankly, into the competition. I mean, Falcons, even as well, another surprise, they're only 4 points too, considering that they also have had or have been having a good day up until this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very interesting day, because I think there's a lot of teams who have done amazing, who have then not done amazing in the game after. Ooredoo Thunders comes to mind. They had a great game 5, Yeah. As you see, their last map was just completely garbage for them. They didn't gain any points, and they kind of stayed out. Same for Umbra. 2 really bad end of the day matches, and that's going to cause them to kind of go into tomorrow less confident, because they started this game, I think it was 20 points above second place, and now just everybody is catching up to them. And we can actually have a look at the overall points and see what this has done to the standings, because this is going to be important going into tomorrow. So Team Umbra are still at the top, but Nigma are only 5 points behind them. So there's been a 15-point catch-up in that particular area. And everybody else is pretty close on their tail as well. So Umbra, 2 bad matches has really lost them a comfortable position in the day.
Umbra, yes, they may have had bad matches, but they did have those fantastic games towards the start of the day, so they still be able to cushion that blow that they have taken and still stay on top of the overall standings. But certainly with that big game, although Nigma didn't actually win the game, they still get towards that second position and get to those 80 points overall. Twisted Minds, I think, have been, if we could say one team that has been consistent. However, in that top 3, yes, they may not be the highest, but you can certainly see in the way they play, they are always there in towards those final zones.
Absolutely. I'd like to have a look at the bottom side of the table as well and see where everybody is sitting. 98th minute. It has not been a great day for them. They have some work to do to catch up. Intruder Africa, that last game, very important for them because that has put them in a little bit more of a comfortable position. But there's still plenty of days to go for these teams. It's a rough day 1, but as long as they don't have a rough day 2 like today, there is room for them to catch up. There is room for them to, keep themselves in the runnings here.
Look, I think as well, the big surprise for me was 5 of these African representatives being on our second page as well. Virtual, Intruder, Slime also missed in G3 there altogether. I think bigger surprise also the fact that Rico, NASR are also down on that second page out of all of the teams that we may have expected to struggle from the Arabian region. So these 2 surprises, I'm hoping that they will be quelled coming into the next few days, and that really we can see the rest of these African teams shine in their own light, not just Umbra, but also see some work coming through from teams who did do well on the opposite side of Arabia as well.
Okay, so I want to ask you the question, Jake. Are there any teams that you've been impressed by today who maybe you weren't impressed by? Who's your biggest surprise today? What team has caught you?
Okay, so I think honestly, Twisted Minds are probably one of the teams that has caught me on their consistency. Now, aggression for Twisted Minds, anyone who's watched the PMPL Arabia, watched them play before, know that they're an aggressive team, particularly on Miramar, but to see them also have and this type of consistency in terms of placement points as well, that's what we're really looking for in a team that can be both consistent in the kills already in their aggression, but control that down with also these placement points too. I mean, I think you also have to look towards Umbra, who these teams coming out of Africa, they were on an uphill battle, but certainly taking that first position is no small feat versus the rest of these teams in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's been a couple of teams that have surprised me as well. I'm glad to see that these African teams, because there's only 6 of them. And there is, it's not just about the prize money. It is about the regional pride, so to speak, as well. So being able to kind of compete and stay, at the top of the table is amazing for Umbra. I'm excited to see what they can do tomorrow. But that will be it done for us here today. I just want to give a big shout out to Monster, our official energy drink sponsor of the PMPL MEA. I'm going to let you do the Oppo because I don't know the script, so go on.
Yeah, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Esports Middle East and Africa 2022. That has been, though, all of course, our 6 games today, all our 16 teams can sit same time, same place tomorrow with myself, with Vitfrain, and also DKZA on the caster desk as well. And we will see you guys there. Stay tuned.
لك تحية عن طريق تسييق هذا الزمان. كالكا يا ولد، كالكا وكروسا، يا الله